quiero danzarme contigo, papi. Poder control contigo, papi. Una dime todo perdido, papi. Ay, papi, ay, papi.
Sometimes it's amazing when the weight breaks through the casing. When you tell our stories, do you taste me? What if I told you it's not there? What if I told you I'm not here? I know that I've chosen to erase it, and it's my sin. I wait up, I hold on for so long, so low. Loving, nothing's helping me. Feeling weak every week. I just fuck around with these beats. Love so sweet, it's so sweet when I'm loving her. The city lights kiss my tears while I'm hugging her. And I love her to death, but the death of me is leaving her. I fucked her in the head, deep before I dive into it.
Someone said there will be on the other side of this. We will find our way. We will find our way. If you feel it, won't die. If you feel it, won't die. If you feel it, won't die. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it.
Van Silly back here in the Agent Ready Room. This time I am joined by Yane. Yane, yesterday I actually saw you on the stage already as a battle stage. First off, how's it going and how was that experience?
It's going great. I'm very thankful to be invited here. Thank you so much to Riot Games. We love Valorant. I think we all have that in common, so it's a great day, yep.
So are you cosplaying as Nelly? Because I see a little bit of a band-aid on your cheek.
Oh yeah, you know, when you're on the battleground, you know, you can get hurt. So this is I just loaded in yesterday, right? So I'll be okay though, yeah.
It's getting hot out there. I'm just kidding. So you have an ISO cosplay, more seriously. So how? Talk me through the cosplay.
Yeah, so today I'm gender bent ISO. I think it's really important to encourage people to just cosplay as the character they want. You don't have to look a certain way, even be the same gender, right? So that's sort of what I'm going for today.
Hell yeah, and what about the Vandal here? I think this is a Kuronami.
That's right, this is a Kuronami Vandal. I think it's the best skin, you know. People say I'm right, but you know, it's really a matter of opinion, I would say. But yeah, it took, my friend helped me out on this actually, so shout out Stealth Shampoo. He took like 10 hours to stand it. If you ever see a cosplay prop, just know that was blood, sweat, and tears, yeah.
And all this done in Toronto as well?
Actually, I'm from San Francisco. Shout out, yo. Get a high speed, yeah. I'm allowed to shout out the Bay, shout out the Bay.
You're allowed to do whatever you want.
Thank you.
This is your interview.
Okay, you're right.
What else do you want to say?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, this is my mic. But thank you so much, Jenner. Appreciate your time. And we'll send it back here to the show. As you can see, Qbert got hurt by Chronicle, but still comes back in the meet and greet to come over and meet Saucy over here. Legendary now co-streamer, or content creator rather, for MIBR. Saucy, sorry to bother you, my friend. Very nice to meet you, finally. How's it going? How's it going? How are you doing today?
Oh, feeling great, man. This is amazing event, amazing country, by the way. I love Canada already. I've been here for like 2 days, and I love it.
Wait, it's your first time in Canada?
Yeah, it's the first time.
What are you looking most forward to?
Most forward to, like today for the games? I mean...
Now that there's no more MIBR and there's no more Sentinels, who are we going for between Fnatic and Wolves?
I'll be serious right now. My heart's for Wolves, but you know, for the logic, I think it's gonna be Fnatic today, bro.
So can we do a little bit of a small howl for Wolves? Ow!
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's a matchup no one saw coming. Today, Wolves go head-to-head with Fnatic for a shot at the trophy. It's a best-of-5 showdown that you do not want to miss. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Masters Toronto Lower Bracket Final. Coming at you live from the Enercare Center in front of an awesome packed house here. I'm Golden Boy. You got Kakuka Mimi, and joining us on the desk, my ball brother from another mother. You got Sideshow in the crib. What's good, baby?
It's a pleasure to be joining you here on your illustrious desk. I mean, we've got a great game in front of us, and yeah, like you said, we're going to whip out the shaver and get the rest of these girls balled.
That was really the intent.
So we went from Saucy to Sideshow. Who's next?
Yeah, you and then Mimi, because we're going to shave your guys' heads off.
I'm glad I'm live.
Shave your hair. Shave the heads.
Wait, that is not in my contract. No.
The hair. I'm really sorry about that. That got dark. That got really dark. I wasn't trust me, I wasn't ready for that one. I was just speaking a mile a minute. Now, look, guys, look. Before we get into today's lower finals, let's actually talk about what's in store for our next event, Champions Paris, and how you can get involved from home. Check this out.
Spike defused.
Cosplayers, artists, and video editors, we're calling on you and your work. Introducing Champions of Champions, a new community voting program we're kicking up for this year's biggest event. You'll be able to submit, vote, and support your favorite fan art, cosplay, and esports edits for your region throughout Stage 2 right up to Champs. After 3 rounds of voting and judging, the winners from each region are going to be crowned during the Champions Grand Finals and immortalized at Riot headquarters. Submissions are open on August 15th, and make sure you follow @VALORANT on socials for more information. Now, how do we get someone to do like a... Do you have some artwork you want to share, John?
I've got a piece of artwork that I've pulled out. So this is Sufat Baby popping off. I mean, I don't know that this will...
You nailed the logo.
Yeah,
really
I mean, I did. What, are you saying I didn't nail the rest of it?
Yeah.
There was a certain implication.
You got the arms. The arms look good.
At least
you got the mic, but you didn't get the headset.
At least I tried.
I'm confused.
At least I tried.
I'm just confused. Josh, I'm just confused.
It's from what I've seen out there from the Artist Alley and the things that fans have come up to us and showed us, there might be some better choices to
I want some crazy
go
nails.
after than you, Josh.
Some crazy nails for the arts. I think that is where my vote is going to be going.
I'd go for some crazy nails.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you see the ones of
Vansili?
We've had a lot of great artists here.
Oh, yeah. Awesome stuff, folks. Don't forget, make sure you get involved, and we cannot wait to see all the things that you all create. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on this stage yesterday. First, we saw PaperX take down Wolves in the upper bracket final, and Mimi, this one, you know, we were coming into this wondering what the strength of Wolves are going to be, but man, I'm leaving it thinking PaperX just looked freaking incredible.
Yeah, this first map was pretty close, but once we got onto Ascent, we saw a little bit of a pivot in the comp for PaperX, and they just looked absolutely on point. Rolled through that one, now in their 3rd global final, looking for that first trophy.
Yeah, and then of course you had Fnatic versus G2, a match that we were highly anticipating their sideshow, but what ended up occurring was, well, Fnatic looking good in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, the experienced players of Alpha and Chronicle just putting on a masterclass, and Kayak towards the end as well, really stepping up to the occasion, becoming that kind of big game player that they were looking for. A spectacular showing, putting down one of the favorites for the tournament and continuing on.
Yeah, and you know, in Bay, I mean, really, like, just to see where we are right now, we got Wolves and Fnatic. I don't think a lot of people saw this one coming. You know, I mean, for Fnatic fans...
You guys doubters. You doubters. I always believed in Fnatic.
No, but in the lower, I wouldn't have expected this situation. Them going down so early and having to fight their way back up. It has been a journey for them, but it's also been quite the journey for the Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. That my only worry, and that might come true today, is that Wolves is going to have a little bit of a Gen G scenario of like having a brilliant tournament. Everybody started cheering for them, thinking that they could go very far, and in a matter of a couple of days, they could be out of it and the dream could be over. But still, the performance that we've seen from them, they've won all of our hearts, and that is not going to go away.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. We are excited to see this matchup unfold in just a little bit, but we also got a few other things planned here as well. Might as well talk about what's going to be going down tomorrow. We have our finals, but before that, it's going to be a show match. It's Team Taric. They're going to be taking on Team Toast on a brand new map, which is going to be making its world debut tomorrow. The lineup includes people like Tens, heckin' love that guy, Mel, heckin' love that girl, and a ton of other familiar faces. You don't want to miss it. Trust me, it's going to be silly and ridiculous. I'm very, very much looking forward to that. The walkouts.
I won't spoil anything, but he was rehearsing something for it today. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Now, of course, tomorrow's show match is the subject of our MasterCard fan poll, and we want to know who you're pulling for. Is it going to be Team Taric or Team Toast? Scan the QR code, and we'll have the results in just a little bit. You know what?
Is that Spider Yoru? That was looking a little crazy on the bottom of the gun there.
Yeah, you know, a couple inventive things that we've been seeing here. That person needs to get their phone checked out because clearly the screen is cracked. But you know, oh, and there's Qbert there. Oh, poor Qbert. He's
taking revenge. He was putting Fnatic in the bin.
Oh yeah, he's got to do something. You know, he needs to answer back somehow, some way. Make sure you guys use those hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT. We'd love to hear from you. Now, we've seen some incredible competition over the last 11 days here, and we're going to round up our top 5 plays of the event. We've had so many great plays. We simply needed to find a way to do it. So it's time for the Mountie Roundup. All right, and first up, we've got this clutch defuse from Forsaken. Let's go ahead and roll the clip here, because I actually don't.
You don't remember this one?
Oh, I
yes,
think
yes,
that you're going to see, you're
yes,
going to
yes,
remember
yes.
the moment that the B-roll starts playing, because this play kept them in the tournament against
That's
Sentinels
right.
and actually closed that in a 2-0 fashion for them. The celebration was completely in order for that one.
I mean, for sure.
And that was the round where it would have been make or break. Sen could have gotten to OT. We could be in a completely different tournament if that doesn't happen, but sticks it through, keeps his team in it, closes out the map, and now PaperX in another final.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see them. Of course, we'll be catching them on the grand finals tomorrow, but our next clip here is Valen's big clutch that we saw against PaperX in Sideshow. Valen just was really hitting so many brilliant shots during this event.
Yeah, he was huge in some really important moments. He played this one fantastically as well. Made a really good call to wrap, and his aim has been spectacular. It's just a pity that he wasn't able to make it to the same distance as Bangkok.
Yeah, no, but hey, you know what? There's always going to be champions Paris. Our next clip here is going to be coming in Bea from Texture, because
I love this, man.
It's Texture, just doing Texture
In
things.
so many circumstances, like this 1v3 was out of this world. I think that the neon that he showed throughout the entire tournament must be the envy of many of the dualism players that we have here. He plays the agent to its full potential, and sometimes that means clutching up the round like this one.
Oh, it get down right to the wire, 0.51, Mimi. That's wild.
Just ridiculous. And Texture 2, despite being out of this tournament, still is holding the #1 spot in most of like the duelist stats. If you look at the event as a whole, he had such a good performance here in Toronto.
Wow, that is wild stuff there. Now, shifting gears to one of the competitors you're going to be seeing on stage today, you got Juicy for your #2 play here. This, of course, is the pistol ace that he had versus Heretics. Yeah, so I was not here. I was not present for this one.
I was watch partying this. I was not still here, but I remember this vividly because, of course, they're playing against Heretics, and this Pearl was a great showing from WOLS. Of course, we're speaking about the Swiss stage, and it looked like a round that could have been potentially for Team Heretics, and it was Juicy pushing, going the distance, trying to make that round very difficult for Heretics to.
Well, you know what? It's only apropos we stay with EMEA, because our #1 play is going to go to Kiko here. And,
I see what you're doing here.
Well, hey, you know, we're giving some love. We're giving some love. What a play this was. Bea, why don't you go ahead and guide us through this one? Oh,
this is Kiko any day of the week in EMEA, probably the one that he is playing on the stage. He gave us the same performance that he's been given since he joined VCT, and he's absolutely brilliant. I wonder what would have been of Liquid if Nats would have been here from the beginning, and this and that. You can only wonder.
They would have still been knocked out very early on. Don't cope.
I don't speak to no team regions. Sorry.
you finally get to do it. Yay!
Don't ask where Liquid and Heretics went as well. But I love how he plays that clip too. Like the satchel to knock the other Raze up. Still hits him with the rocket. And then that final shot, like a 90-degree flick to win out. It's just nasty.
That's a clip of the year candidate. Like that to me is similar to the Jorgamo, you know, ridiculous Bucky stuff that we saw previously. That is a clip of the year candidate.
It's also like he's one of those players who was good last year, but it's been so much better in 2025 as well. So just hope to see Liquid and Kiko at champs.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know everyone feels the same way about that. Hey, we respect game. We respect game out in Americas. Come on, you know. We're here for the sport, baby. But let's go ahead and send it down to the floor, because we have Vansili who's standing by with a couple of fans.
Vansili back here staying at a meet and greet, and today is a special day because you get to meet our hometown hero from Toronto, Finesse. Finesse, how's it going, man? Very happy to see you here.
It's good. It's nice to be here. It's nice to see the fans. It's the first time at the event, so it's awesome.
All right, so I have a quick question for you. You've been tweeting out some cryptic messages that everything is going according to plan, just as you've planned. So does this mean prediction? Who's winning today, and who's winning Masters Champions?
I'm thinking PaperX will win champs. Today, Fnatic, it'll be nice to see Fnatic, PaperX play against each other. I think it'll be a close game, but for sure, PaperX wins.
That's what we meant. Winning Masters Toronto. Thank you so much, Pujan.
All right, you heard from FNC what he believes is going to happen here, but let's go ahead and dive into this lower final matchup. It's going to be a first for Fnatic. Never really been in this position before here. And look, the challenge, Bea, is going to be for Wolves. How do they pick themselves up after what happened to them yesterday against PaperX? And for Fnatic, how can they continue to ride this momentum, especially after that great win against G2?
I think it's crazy that Fnatic have been in so many events, but they've never played a lower final. When they've won, it's been through the upper having a great performance, or they bumped out of the tournament earlier on. So seeing them here playing in this fashion of the best of 5 is definitely a change. But for the side of WOLS that you were asking, how do they bounce back? I catch up with some of the press conference, and one of the things that their coach said is that they struggle a lot playing with the operator, and I think that that is something that Fnatic has been diving more into.
And for Fnatic, coming all the way from this lower bracket, they lost in the first round alongside every other 1 seed, are coming off of beating G2, like we're mentioning, one of the tournament favorites coming into Masters Toronto, and now in a lower final for the first time. But a team that is so experienced in these late tournament stages, in playing on the biggest stages, versus a Wolves that is still a complete shock.
Yeah. You couldn't really get two different stories in terms of the experience of these teams.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Fnatic have not been through the lower bracket, but they've just been at tournaments forever. It's only Kayak that hasn't, and he already proved yesterday that he can step up in big moments.
Yeah, massive, massive opportunity, not just for Kayak, but also for the Wolves guys. A lot of fresh faces that we've been seeing here in Toronto, really showing up. But let's actually talk about the overall big picture, because here's the champ points check-in, and this is where it's currently at right now. So bear that in mind. This isn't previous to the tournament. This is right now. And so there are going to be some ramifications here, because what I'm seeing is a Paper X that's in a position to maybe overtake T1, and even a Wolves who can overtake EDG, which is mind-blowing.
Yeah, exactly. You're reminded that the third place gets 4 points, the second place gets 5 points, and the winner gets 7 points, which is an absolute massive amount. And I think it's good to see that Paper X are definitely going to skyrocket. Most of the teams, Wolves the same, is going to be top of their region. And for Fnatic, this could mean not fully 1000% locking in champs, but they will have to completely bomb out of stage 2 for them not to be going to the event.
Yeah, and when you're looking at that graphic, G2 at 19 points, they've already clinched. They're the first team that we know is going to champions out of all of the regions. But the rest of these squads in the top 4 are close enough that if they can make a finals, if they can win and not go winless in stage 1, it's almost assured to make it to that final tournament.
Yeah, I mean, really, the race for Champions Paris is going to be something else, and all that will continue to manifest itself going into stage 2 and beyond. But let's actually go ahead and get a little aura check with our friends Boaster and Sufat Baby, because these two guys are just on another level when it comes to the presence on stage. And look, this may not seem like a big deal, but Sideshow, when you're up there and you have that confidence and you're doing what Boaster's doing there, or even what Sufat Baby's been doing as well, that does speak volumes, and it can help keep the team motivated.
Yeah, it totally can. I think
even when you're twerking.
Boaster is so good at keeping the atmosphere light for the rest of the team, but for Sufat and the rest of the Wolves
light,
players...
you mean Fortnite dances, but yes.
Well, exactly. But for Wolves, they're keeping themselves in it, emotional, and there's also a lovely story between these two.
Yeah, there's history here. Sufat Baby has been a player who, well, this is his first time playing on a global stage. He's been competing in Valorant since 2020, and you see in the jersey swap he did here with Boaster that he's been a fan of him for a long time. When he was playing back in his own region, before he was even in VCT CN, Boaster was in the Twitch chat, was complimenting Sufat Baby on the calls he was doing, and Sufat has said that he took that as a great inspiration as an IGL, and I think you see that, not just in the way he carries his presence on the stage, but also in the slow, methodical attack sides that he calls that are very similar to Fnatic.
He got the best of both worlds from Boaster, you know, they're being a little bit of a clown sometimes, but also having that emotional support. I love when we get this full circle moments in Valorant, and I feel like this one, especially for the people here watching, obviously for the people at home, is going to be such an entertaining show, because we were owed this interaction.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And the good news is we're going to get plenty more interactions, because Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with those two earlier today.
I'm now joined by two of the most animated players in this tournament. They're going to be going head-to-head today. Now, Sufat, we've heard a lot about how you look after Boaster, and this is the matchup you wanted. So I wanted to ask both of you, what inspires you about the other person? Sufat, I'll start with you.
I'm very grateful for learning about a lot from Boaster, both in-game and out-game. And his energy on the stage also impressed me. And then I hope today have an unforgettable match with Boaster and Fnatic.
Very wholesome. What about you, Boaster?
It's very wholesome. I'd say for him it would be like his passion on the stage. It really brings back the memories of me and my first event as well. So it's nice to see him enjoying it as well. And it's kind of reminded me to enjoy the stage too. So I'm hoping today is going to be a flex off, a dance off, and a game on the server as well. A brain off, I guess. Yeah.
I would love to see that. Now, you spoke about flex off, so I'm going to step out and give you guys what you want. Go on, have a flex off.
Whoa, 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 Boaster. That's too much skin for the broadcast, brother. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, that's so funny.
Who do you think won?
You know what? I have to say Sufat Baby's bicep. Just the bicep.
The thing is, this is the greatest of all time IGL, right? The GOAT up against a wolf. I mean, there's no contest. The wolf is eating the GOAT every day of the week.
Oh, my word.
Every day of the week.
We're going with the animal facts. Animal fact. Love that. All right, cool. Now, look, guys, here's the deal, right? If there's one thing that we can say definitively is that win or lose today, this is a massive achievement for Wolves. And, the CN region can be really happy with these guys' performances because they have fought tooth and nail to get here.
Yeah, but it's also not just Wolves, right? The Chinese region has been on the rise for a long, long time. EDG did an incredible job, but now you're seeing breakout teams. XLG was the #1 seed. Wolves have overtaken them and made a huge placement.
We've seen Billy do deep runs as well.
Billy have been able to get upset wins, sure. But this is the first ever time that China has been #2 in terms of average placement at an event. All the previous events, even when EDG won at Champs, the region as a whole was either 3rd or 4th in terms of the placements. This is the first time where the whole region is doing a lot better, and they've overtaken EMEA and Americas here at this event. That's nuts.
And that's doubly impressive because this is the first ever global event since we started to see CN teams coming to globals where EDG has not been here. They had won every regional CN trophy that they could back in China. They had attended every event. Now they're not here, and they're still a completely new, completely fresh team from their region who is in the top 3 at very least, matching their second best run, and could be on the path to do even more.
And I love the fact that across the entire globe, we had a top 4 with the 4 regions. We had China chiming in so quickly and actually leveling with the rest of the region so quickly. It's been in a matter of like, what, a couple of years?
It's crazy that Boostio's takes are worse than mine. I mean, that's actually a difficult
You know
part
what's not
across.
crazy? That Christine, the Potter was right. She was right.
She was. Hey, I mean, look, if there's one thing that we've always said on this desk and just in general, is that the parity between the regions so close to one another. It's representative here at the events, and it's just awesome to see the way that these things have manifested itself for sure. But let's actually go ahead and dive into some of the players that we're going to be checking out on this stage here. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but we just had the summer solstice, okay? So it's only fitting that we talk about spring. Look at that. That's a science joke. In any case,
I'm going to be so sad, Alex. If we've just had the summer solstice and spring had that, because it's between yesterday and today, and spring gets out of the tournament between yesterday and today. After the performance that we've seen time and time again, does not matter the opponent. This guy and YU in the back, in the flank, always being so effective and difference makers for Wolves.
You look at the top 10 players this tournament in terms of rating who have played more than 100 rounds. He's the only debut player on that list. He's the only guy who is coming to his first ever global tournament to be there. And he's also not doing it on the Duelist, he's doing it on the Viper as a lurker, as the guy who's so often playing alone, walking up and trying to find those gaps. And it really takes a different level to do that. You don't have initiator utility being dumped in to make it work. It's all about his individualism, how good his mechanics are. This tournament for Spring has just been outstanding.
Yeah, it's been an amazing debut for this guy on the global stage. He is a former duelist player as well, so I think the fact he's been able to instantly jump into a different role and then perform to such a high level is massively impressive.
It's literally like Kiko. He did the same. He was a duelist, jumps in the smoker. He still has the secret weapon there. So to me, they're on the same page.
But the thing is, though, is that they have their work cut out for them here because they're going up against a Fnatic squad that, relishes in these high-pressure moments. I mean, Kakuka, you have covered this team, obviously extensively within your region. But this is a squad that has been, you know, in recent years purpose-built for championships. But the vibe that we get this time around is that this is a squad that's looking to really focus on themselves and keep that cohesion together, more so than just getting the perfect strategies.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, there've been times that they've run out of time, that the ideas were not the freshest, but it literally looks like the deeper we go into the tournament, the better Fnatic that we're getting. Thinking outside of the box has been completely necessary for them. I think that yesterday, Mimi, was a perfect showing of it.
Yeah, both games against G2, they went in towards the latter half of the game, down in rounds, and then won 4 in a row to close out 13-10 in both those maps. And I think the calls that Fnatic were making in those really critical late rounds were what were so impressive. This team is so good at staying calm, and Boaster's really willing to like take risks. At the end of Split, they're walking their fade up as a solo in bed outside B. They're making these choices that take their opponent off guard, and I think that shows the experience of Boaster as a leader. He's so calm, even when down, even in these super high pressure games, to always have a new idea ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great caller, but I do think some of those moments just got so ludicrous. Like, that was not the way he was envisioning those rounds going, right?
God.
I mean, the time ticking down in a round like this on the pistol and Trent's unaccounted for, and even when they bail themselves out of these kind of moments, a lot of it has to come down to individuals just making a crazy play in a big high-pressure scenario in order to get Fnatic out. We saw so many thrifties in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only for G2 and the Stingers and whatnot, I think it's most the read that G2 had on if Fnatic is going to run the clock down, if we're going to be trading utility for 1 minute and 30 seconds, the only thing we need to think about is that when the spike goes down and there's 5 seconds left, somebody needs to pick and kill. And that worked for them for 2 rounds. It doesn't matter if they have the advantage, if the round has been flawless until they're from Fnatic. If they do not have time, they don't. And with these 2 teams being the slowest that we have left in the tournament, I think that today that read has to go both ways.
Yeah, and if anything, it goes to show how really the moments aren't being lost on these guys. They're making sure that they're extracting every single second of the round that they possibly can, Mimi. And it does make you wonder, though, do we see maybe a little bit of a speed up today?
I wouldn't expect it because it's been their style all tournament long. I think Wolves does sometimes give you slightly quicker runs, but it's very rare. Both these guys love taking their time, defaulting as much as possible. They both play a lot of like double smokes comps as well. So I think that's just the style they're committed to. They're both very good at it, but it can go wrong sometimes, like you're mentioning.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear a little bit from Crashies, who spoke with us following the win over G2 in his Omen player moment.
Just came off a 2-0 victory against G2. Emotions are through the roof. So going up against G2, I know all those players from my time in NA, and even from like the guard when I always played against them when I was on Optic. They kind of have these tendencies, but in this game specifically, I think that like the pressure was on and both teams were feeling it. They were hard to play against at times, and I think the pressure got to them and we just handled it a little better. They were tournament favorites, I would say. Everyone had them at least making it to the grand finals, and to take them down in the fashion that we did pretty dominantly, obviously just feels amazing.
Lay claim to most of this site. He needs some help when he's at it. Kayak drifting into it, trying to take the fight straight to them.
So to all the fans supporting us, and you know, as the last North American player standing in the tournament now, I hope you guys keep supporting us, supporting Fnatic. We hear your guys' energy, we hear your cheers, your support every single time we step out on that stage. So keep it up. You guys give us so much love, and we love you back. So shout out to all of you.
Speaking of the love, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked y'all who you think is going to win in tomorrow's show match, who you're cheering for, and the results are in. And hey, we got Tarek with 59%, Toast with 40%. Don't forget that you could tune in tomorrow to watch a show match and see that brand new map. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. It looks freaking awesome. But with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions. What do the talent team think about who is walking away as the winner? And it's, wow, okay, cool. A Fnatic sweep except for Rob. I don't know how I feel about this. What? Well, I hear the people in the venue.
Yeah, they're not happy about it. They're not happy about it. Here's the thing, though. I think in a best of 5, yeah, maybe Fnatic's map pool looks a little wonky, but I think the experience difference happens here in big matches like this.
Yeah, exactly. Today is going to be a longer day than usual. We've had too many 2-0s for these teams, but you know, you guys were not so convinced of a Fnatic yesterday, so.
Oh, well,
Kind of
listen,
false.
very true.
So maybe you shoot no matter what.
So maybe Wolves is going to win then if we're always wrong.
Yes, probably.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, guys. Now, look, here in Toronto, both Alfier and Chronicle have stepped up big time, and they've been making the case for that MVP bracelet. So the race continues here, but, you know, Kakuka, we have truly been seeing these guys step up. We even remember when Alfier was talking about how if he's hitting these shots, he feels good about himself in that game.
Yeah, exactly. And especially knowing the bans that Wolf has had, and Alpha himself speaking about maybe not, you know, being struggling a little bit with the ISO if he doesn't start very, very strong. With Haven being out of it and the performance that these two are showing, you have to be the next thing of scared if you face off against this Chronicle. There was a moment in time where he was thought to be the best player in the planet.
And he's also the winningest player in Valorant. If you take a look at the trophies, you can see just how many achievements Fnatic has. This is global trophies, this is international trophies as well for all of their players. They have been on these stages, they have won on these stages before against the Wolves that has never won a trophy as a team. The only achievement that they have of that level was Juicy back when he won Ascension, but that is a complete tier lower than these achievements that Fnatic are putting out.
Yo, Kayak also won Ascension. Where's that?
There you go.
Yo,
Look at that.
yo, he has the same achievements as Crashies, just saying.
But I think also this demonstrates not that Wolves cannot win this game, but that there is an enormous experience difference between these two teams. You have all of these players that combine together to have just a might of experience. They are a juggernaut roster. That doesn't mean that they're going to win, but it means that in high-pressure scenarios, when a play needs to be made,
betting odds, they've
just got so much more experience of how these matches happen, how to pace themselves throughout a BO5, how to brush off losses in maps, how to adjust based on what their opponents are doing. It is going to be so tough for Wolves, but the whole tournament's been tough for Wolves, and they're still here.
And that's why I think that even though we've already had a miracle run this year with T1 winning Masters Bangkok, this would be even more impressive because that T1 roster had players who historically had achieved these great things before in Valorant or in other games past. This Wolves team, I imagine most of you here didn't know half of these players before they showed up to this event and started to win. This would be, I think, the craziest left field team to go on a run like this. Maybe since like Zeta Division, but they ended here in the lower finals, back in Reykjavik. Wolves could go even further.
But you know what's really interesting about this, Kakuka, is that when you talk to the Fnatic guys, they're not putting that pressure on themselves here. And I think that's actually kind of scary because you see that sea of achievements that they have managed to build up over the course of their careers, and yet they're here and they're like, hey, you know what? Just round after round, we go next. We just figure it out. It really is startling, and it's good to see.
I think they need to be realistic after the year that they had in 2024 and how they began this year. They also spoke this tournament about them just trying to, you know, test the waters again. How do we look in a global stage again against all of these opponents? But right now, these two teams have gone from the, okay, let's see how it goes, to a Wolves that has been extremely humble on anything from here is a win. We've already overachieved and overexceeded our expectations. Everything is just like a gift. But for Fnatic, they are surprisingly on the same line.
Yeah, for Fnatic too, it's so interesting that you have greatest of all time IGL, most winning player in Chronicle, and yet this team is just looking to try to push the needle even further along. That no one was talking about them coming into this tournament as the best team in the world, but they could be.
Yeah, they could very well come out of this one with everyone talking about them. But folks, we've got a BO5 showdown, and the winner is going to be moving on to tomorrow's grand finals, where Paper Rex is awaiting. This is the moment. It's now time. The Masters Toronto lower bracket final starts right now.
The majority of Valorant is a mental game.
He's already taken out Alpha, Chronicle the Heaven player, late flank round, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. Nothing else to delay, it comes down to random spams, he comes down to the clutch, and Boaster might have just done it all. Whoa!
can't focus on the losses or focus on the mistakes.
Nice try, all good, in team, bro, in team.
Because if you don't move on, then you're gonna end up losing the game.
It's a last-ditch effort. That's all it's looking to be. Beautiful from Fnatic.
Using my past experiences and dealing with whatever is at hand. That's what I'm here for now.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core.
It's been a while since I've been top 3.
There were questions how well Crashies would fit in, playing not with the Optic core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
I'm happy for Kayak. His first international tournament, he's already top 3. Especially do it with this team, my brothers. Obviously, it just feels amazing.
Maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Lysor asked so much of, and he falls.
我觉得对于我们来说没关系，起码对于我也更加没关系。
2-0 victory over Wolves. Got to come away from this series with their heads held high if you're Wolves.
Yes, they're certainly not done yet.
因为经过这次的失败，我会更加有信心，知道怎么去赢下那个比赛。我希望狼队以一个面对逆境，就算最不被人家看好，我们也不会放弃，并且勇于面对强敌的态度的方式被记住吧。
It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told on a global stage.
因为我们从垫底到了今天，这一路走来真的很不容易，所以不用管别人怎么去看待我们，因为打的是我们。我们狼队已经不需要再证明什么东西了，因为我们已经证明了给全部人看，我们是一支不能被看小的队伍。
We're not looking for just a top 3. It's time to take over.
其实我最想跟我的队友们说，辛苦你们，你们终于来到了这里。其实我们已经没有什么好遗憾的了，因为你们在我心目中已经是世界冠军，你们每一个。面对逆境，永不放弃。
If I heard the Wolves were hungry, come and get it.
It's a classic David versus Goliath story. Does David have what it takes to sock out Goliath with a right hook? Or will Goliath smash him like a bug here today? The question on everyone's minds is who rises to the top and who will punch their ticket to the grand final.
Fnatic, they were the greatest team in Valorant in 2023. They didn't have the performance they wanted last year, missed out on Bangkok, but now here, a chance to make another final and a BO5 ahead of them, Bea. This is their comfortable territory.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the Omen map select, we see no surprises in the Vetoes. Fnatic, they still banned that Pearl. If they are to win today, cannot wait to see it tomorrow. Wolves banning the Haven, and Fnatic, just like in the MEA, just in every time they have the chance, pick Split as their first map.
I love the fact that we're getting to see Split, though, because I think that's been one of the best maps for Wolves as well. I think they've got great ideas on their attack and their defense side. So we're going to begin with a banger to open.
Where are going to be the success opportunities here for Wolves to try and see if they can get themselves further along this series, Sideshow?
It's got to be Spring. I mean, when Spring is on the attack side, he sets up for these Viper lurks through B main, and Fnatic have got to have game plans to shut that down. When they're on the defense side as well, I don't think you can let Fnatic get into a post plan because they play those situations perfectly. So I want to see Wolves on the first half fighting up at the choke points.
Yeah, they're really good when they're doing that. On their defensive side as well, Wolves likes to flood retake a lot more than Fnatic does. They're almost always throwing down anchor smokes, trying to get into these sites and not let Fnatic play those post plants. But for Fnatic, super retake heavy team, super structured. When you let them play those set retakes, they're very strong in those positions.
I love, Joshua, you were mentioning how good of a record Wolves have had in this map, because this was one of the maps where they managed to come back against Gen G, and it was from that defense. After a defeating 9-3 half for the side of Gen G, of course, they had to come back, and they did it in 10-2 fashion. This is something that they have to replicate today, and with them starting on the defense, they have to start with good footing. They have to force Fnatic into making those mistakes and punishing them.
We've been talking a lot about redemption at this tournament, and I think it doesn't quite fit today. What you've got is one team making a grand entrance onto the global stage and another team making a resurgence. But whoever wins is going to become the antagonist to the Paper Rex redemption story. And so what you're witnessing here is maybe the birth of a villain. Whoever it is, they're going to be going into the grand finals with, I think, a lot of the crowd maybe even rooting against them. And today it feels like people are behind Wolves when you're just looking at what the people in the crowd are rooting for.
It's an interesting flip here for a tournament here in North America. G2, they go home yesterday in top 4, not where they would have wanted to exit. And now Crashies, the guy who was always one of the greatest players coming from North America, was so successful on Optic before the partnership era, didn't even have any opportunity for an NA team to sign him into Tier 1, had to fly all the way to Europe, take this opportunity with Fnatic. So if there's someone here for redemption, I think it is Crashies.
Fnatic welcomed him with open arms, and he reciprocated in kind. Now let's see what's going on with this Agent Select, if we get any surprises here, but I don't think so, Kukuka. When you're this close to the finish line, you gotta play, you gotta do the thing that brought you to the dance.
Absolutely, and this is where we're going to see the preparation for both of the teams. We're speaking about show-ins. That is also a lot of vaults, a lot of tells, a lot of different defaults that you can adapt to. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, you have to learn your opponents.
I mean, take a look in this first half at Kayak's control in B main and Alpha Air trying to find fights on A ramp. Wolves are going to need a game plan to shut that down. Whether it's somebody fighting Alpha, and God help you if you try, or if it's a plan to try to re-clear and put bodies there and surprise them. But I think the two duelists are going to be on opposite sides of the map, and Wolves have an opportunity to try to either contest them or give them space.
Yeah, Alpha's definitely going to be my player to watch here, maybe because he has been unbelievable. But on the other side to that, you do got to consider, what can Spring bring to the table? What can Juicy bring to the table? A lot of weapons on both sides of the field.
I want to see more from Juicy. He's had a couple good matches this tournament thus far, but he hasn't been a standout in the same way that a guy like Spring has been showing up. That guy less than a year ago was kind of missing out on his opportunity to play Tier 1, being too young to compete after winning Ascension. Now here in what has to be the biggest game of his career, needs to rise to the occasion against some of the best duelist players that Fnatic could possibly bring.
And Fnatic having two duelists in this map, I think that we also need to look at YU. He had an amazing performance yesterday. All things considered, he did show up. With two duelists, those traps are going to be extremely important.
All right, baby, Toronto, let's make some noise as we get ready for the lower bracket final and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. Here's Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
Thank you, GB, and you're right. This is going to be a belting game, but we're in the big leagues now, right? This is looking at finals, trying to get into those grand finals, best of 5. This is a new discipline for some of these players.
It really is, and we're asking for another tall order of Wolves. We keep talking about this run, how they've continued to stride from success to success, obviously now coming up against another Goliath, as GB put it, in the form of Fnatic. And all eyes here for me, first half, go towards YU and Spring, their ability to really kind of mitigate this comp from Fnatic early on in the rounds. Try and carry that home. Obviously the Gen G scoreline does sit in the back of your mind.
Can't ignore it. But for Fnatic, they've been here before. They felt these final stages, and they've thrived. The Wolves, new territory, and a new danger in the form of Kayak and Alpha, sliding into the site like it was nothing. Already a clear-cut approach for Fnatic as the plant's next.
Chronicle, waiting for Spring, expects actually just missing him. Maybe now going to come back and recheck, but actually Spring shows himself. Chronicle wins out, gets himself a little upgrade as well.
Oh, God, and Kayak, he's on it today. Yeah, he's on it today. If he's going to be firing like that, Mike, the Wolves are going to have to be really answering back in kind, because, as said, when we talk about it, and the desk was kind of alluding to it as well, it's this comfort in high-pressure scenarios.
Yeah.
They've been here so often. They know that feeling. And yeah, look, they've had a moment out of the sun, right? They've not had the results they needed. Roster changes coming in, players coming in. They look all the stronger for it now.
Absolutely, and we're really talking about that almost dynasty core of Fnatic that's still here. The new members to complement that. Themselves on the board here. Start split. Almost rinse and repeat here, going to really test this A-side hold once more. There's 2 pistols to bring in here for Boaster and Alpha, but well invested elsewhere. It's almost like carbon copy here of the same execute. Maybe something in the prep they've seen to potentially exploit. Straight away for the first buy round, we may be looking for an adjustment from Wolves.
And again, this is where we question depth when it comes to Wolves as well. When someone's really worked you out, how are you going to be able to adapt to that? How do you look at that?
I mean, it's rare to win a veto versus a team like Fnatic, to be honest. And then, obviously, prepping a short turnaround here in Toronto. That's the farming comes through. It's Kayak and Crashies to find everything. Just YU left now.
YU, it feels like a cold start for Wolves here. Fnatic, they're at the throats, Mike. They're not
coming
taking...
for blood.
They are, right? They won that grand finals. You heard it before. Yeah, I think it was Boaster in the interview as well saying, look, G2, get out of our way. We want those finals. You know, we know how to handle that. This is just another opponent on their ladder to that grand final. So for them, there isn't going to be a respect given. There isn't going to be a slowdown. They're out for blood.
Back to one of the ancient mantras for Fnatic, which is get that GOAT to Sunday. Get Chronicle to the grand finals again.
Isolate and exterminate.
And it's been cold for Wolves at the beginning. Only 2 managing to draw blood yet. Need to see them warm into this, right? Let's see what they can bring once they start feeling out the game. Only a pistol, but this one's big, because it is the bonus now. And Lysol's unaware that someone slipped ahead.
Tested here potentially. Alpha progresses any further. See on the cycle of the smokes, maybe a reposition here from Fnatic. Another player slipping forward. Cover going out. Got to be careful now.
Curious, Mike.
But you can see already the adjustment from the first 2 rounds. 3 members of Wolves dedicated towards A in the early round. Now, see Fat BB on the rotate. I saw actually caught with a stun, but
good timing on the paranoia though, at least. And he's trying to get back into the thick of things. But the
we got caught by the reveal.
Yeah, he's going to be captured. Absolutely seen. And the site gets taken, really nice scaling up on that. Again, using the clone to test towards middle at the same time, splitting that attention. Now 3 players from Wolves have to try and get back in this. Utility-wise, you look at a Juicy, maybe able to carve a way into this, maybe springboard forward, but Crashies wants to get involved. Fnatic not even really giving them much of the site here. Happy to play a little bit of a challenge, but falling away towards main. Kayak on the cross, gonna get punished. YU does well. 3 more to find now in an even affair, but it is still a bonus. Juicy on the swing, and now we sit into the post. What do they have here to buy the time? Shot from Grom. Yeah, not looking phased just yet. Still that util with Boaster that they're able to run through, but now around the world coming in. Oh, the Crashies doesn't need help. He'll do it all himself.
The bonus conversion on top. Fnatic off to a flying start. Wolves able to find a couple of responses here. Rafa Lysol to get caught by that reveal. Just gets spammed out immediately by Kayak. The site will follow. Beautiful work though. I mean, the time you saw the trick, you saw just on the X-ray, YU a second glance up towards Mail. That's when Crashy springs. Knows he might have a favourable engagement onto the defuse.
And then the question keeps getting asked, right? When's that first round to break back in for Wolves? Feeling a little shut out here. It is now a marathon though, right? We are in best of 5, so we hold it to a little bit of a different start. The cold beginnings are cold. Lovely reveal again. I mean, look, Crashies did well to close out that final round last year, a moment ago, but his reveals have been solid. Doing what he needs this time. Super Beanie showing Crashies to his seat. Yeah, look at it, Kayak crawling Boaster. YU still close by. Thought there was a chance there for him, but Fnatic, seeing them having a bit too much fun, decided against it. And look at the final 2 players. Juicy still super far away, so it's on Lysol really. And patience being displayed from Fnatic. No real need for a hurry. Still 50 seconds. Quite pacey from Fnatic.
Just letting things slow down now. Just in case there's further aggression behind this. Try and isolate a player. I thought can get a little funky with the smokes, but no doubt on an anti-eco anybody's going to be exploring into this guy. Close and personal, still wins out. It's just juicy now. We'll find an upgrade. Did have a Bucky before this. Still got decent Uto as well.
Yeah, that paint shell could be big, actually. Kayak's HP is going to be a small factor. Seems to be forced away to the other side of Pillar, but a second time with the plant there, Boaster still preparing the boys. You can see Juicy then looking for a new option, right? But does it feel good to go against Kron? I don't know. As I said, this guy gets better and better the deeper into the tournament you go. And he's calm, collected, disciplined. Fnatic not really breaking a sweat yet.
No. Again, even that scenario with the bonus being converted is, I mean, there's no consolations to find. Maybe a few deaths on an alpha on the side of Fnatic. Will be an early timeout here from Wolves.
Yeah.
Just to reconsider their approach potentially.
They do need to get a grip on something here, because it does feel like Fnatic came in with...
It's actually insane, we're too calm.
Yeah, and that kind of, if you didn't hear it, they're saying how calm they were about this. They haven't felt any resistance. Just to give you an update on the board, 9-1 for Kayak, 5-1 for Crashies, 4-1 for Kron. We haven't even needed Alpha, right? Which is a wild statement to say. He's been doing perfectly fine, they've been doing their job. But again, there's just not been any fight back. For Wolves, it's an early timeout. A cold start can just really bring the mood down. Got to get back in this one. Got to find some stability. Sufit BB's been doing the best he can, right? You're looking at probably the only one so far to really find a bit of resilience. But I need to see them, maybe start taking some space here, start fighting back here. Maybe challenge some of that A main control. Easier said than done. As said, Fnatic very composed in these sort of rounds, in these sort of games, in these sort of maps. So, the Wolves, do you take the bait?
Considering now, and potentially one of the answers, maybe getting a little proactive, but we know Wolves have liked to dial into that slower pace, and this goes here. I guess playing towards kind of, particularly in the Paper X series, waiting for Paper X to overstep the mark and punishing those oversteps. Fnatic not really. That sort of team, they read into it so well.
Yeah, the control we've been seeing from Fnatic has been rather exceptional. And I know it's not necessarily the flashiest of Valorant, if I'm honest. I think we can see it. It's patient, it's calm, it's slow and methodical, but it gets the job done. It's worked wonders to get them to this point. And we know they can kick it up a gear. Hell, I think all of us have seen what Alpha can do when the timing's right. Kayak, right? Yeah. They have it there. But for now, they want to play to the win cons, right? They want to play that percentage Valorant, and they're doing it. Kayak, early investment of the ult here, trailblazing away straight up through heaven. Has a glance, should get a little bit of info. Sees nothing on sight, time to commit.
It's the right decision from Wolves as well. Really test the 5v5 in the retake. Both trips still in play here, but nobody in a position to capitalize off that. Fnatic will actually get a clean plant off this, other than the snakebite landing.
I'm waiting to see that lurk though as well. We saw that Boaster was willing to do the around the world, this time obviously very on site. So it probably comes down to Kron. Nope, gonna come through. That's a big connection. Kron is gonna show his hand as well. That's gonna be a thought in the back of their minds now for this retake. Kayak can be on that close corner. Nice shot. Tries to swing CT, gets denied. As Lysol now builds back in on the side. Boaster might have been seen on that, not sure. But he tries to readjust. Crashies holding well towards Pillar. Good timing from Kron. And speaking of timing, that snakebite should prove a problem. See that BD has to go big. And it's Kron on the other side, the original Iceman himself. He ain't gonna lose that. So calm as ever. Chronicle, the ultimate champion in these scenarios.
The streak continues. Wolves able to draw blood here in the retake, but now backline, the last line of defense for Fnatic delivering. Even here with Kayak finding the adjustment. Fantastic work to take first contact here.
Last player standing. My ult is ready.
One where I think Wolves kind of read into this, maybe a little bit of prep in terms of conceding the site here. See now, getting to the territory of discussing the funds really to justify some of these early set pieces, especially with the scoreline. It's full recovery mode for Wolves.
Again, this discipline that's been instilled into Wolves, or this kind of, I guess, conditioning over towards A, right? Like maybe this is not a bad idea in this sort of round to make a bit of a hazard of a guess, right? Push out, see what it looks like if we do try and play ahead of these walls. How's this going to look like if we do it in a rifle round? But now though, Fnatic, it's just correct steps. It's a flawless beginning. I mean, yes, Zufat BB has been doing okay, right? Couple of kills here and there, but nothing that's threatened a round outcome, really. And once again, it's probably going to be Tron who hears this.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of information. I'm not sure they've got the confirmation on YU, but now we'll find it on to Spring at least.
You could just see him calling that out. You saw it on the cam. Oh, he's just walking on forward. Kron makes this look just too simple so far. And Alpha got teed up with the information. Fed by Kron. Nice shot from Juicy. Need a couple more of those, though. As now you look at the reposition, it feels like we've switched sides.
Yeah, so no chance really of exits to be found here. The only consolation being in the rifle. I mean, Juicy went away from the showstopper. Most hope on the buy round in the next that he'd look for a kill here. Looks like he might just settle for the rifle. Spam comes through, Kayak not going to be caught on the escape nearly. It'll be a 6th now for Fnatic. And ultimate starting to come online. See Fat BB, I mean, Springs being the key one, really to slow down. I mean, right place, right time scenario, but if he can stop Fnatic setting up, maybe act as a deterrent towards one of these sites. Not been too much of an exploration towards mid. It's been Chronicle really as the complementary piece in that regard. So maybe an opportunity for Wolves there. They try and isolate him once more, but Fnatic, again, they always love showing a lurk and then putting an extra 2 players behind it in the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's just like, are you sure you want to test that? Are you certain? It looked like there was a little set piece in mind there, or at least maybe a set beginning. As Wolves looking to brawl out a bit, right? Take control towards B main, or at least posture up on it. Now, it's hard to do that though when you're sat at 0 to 6, right? To feel confident, to feel bold to make these plays. But they have at least slowed down Fnatic's approach. But it's a different look here. There's 2-2-1 almost leaving again. Kron out on the lurk on A, but 2 players testing towards middle.
Stop online now for Alpha. Probably the main objective in the early round for Fnatic. Now we see 3 for Wolves grouped up here and doing exactly what I was talking about. Maybe
like
an exploration towards mid here and a chance to get behind Fnatic.
It feels half-hearted though to an extent. I'd have loved to see a bit more behind that, but surely now, with that catching on minimum 3, they continue. Juicy's Juicy could be on for an absolute belter. Brilliant on one, takes away Boaster. Big scalp to claim, and another confirmation of attendance towards B main.
Moving that, I think Fnatic might still just decide to carry on through. Showstopper sent.
30 seconds left.
That's a response comes through here. Juicy.
It's only Alpha.
Does he go for it?
It's only Alpha on the side. The rest still biding their time. And then look towards middle. Kayak creeping closer. Gonna catch one, and now they're locked in there with Fnatic. Juicy trying, but Fnatic just elevating again. Those mid looks coming out from Kayak then. Lovely layering. So like Saw, you've got a Paranoia and 3 players. 2 kills so far. To more than double to get a shot at this. Fnatic gonna, well, at least be put down to 2 here. Kayak gone and the emergency alarm ringing.
Respect shown here to Lysor. The pick goes up, potentially to seal the deal on round 7.
I like that. Come on, Lysor. You've got to find 2 more. Decides to go for the Paranoia on the right side. He hazarded a guess, but for Alpha it was all too easy. And again, even though there was a moment of danger there, Fnatic still had layers to call in, right?
So many contingencies, all things considered. Even here, he said there was a gap, there was no backline really for Fnatic. I think they were ready to commit ahead of, you see Fat BB sending the Nightfall through. Yes, Boaster falls, but like I said, those contingencies always in place. Maybe an extra body for Wolves there. Like I said, you really do want to see them try and isolate a player. We can see from the minimap it's possible, but come back to that same discussion. The ultimates, the finances, everything plays a part here. Now Fnatic looking to slow the tempo.
Kayak hadn't slipped through like this until now, so Juicy completely unawares. Look at this tailor-made poison. Juicy should be dead to rights. It was gorgeous, Mike.
What do you do? You're Juicy there, you're just overwhelmed. Smothered in utility.
The C's lovely, every part of it. Just set up to win out. And they did this at about that minute mark, so they still have plenty of time to walk away, decide on a new look, because again, for Wolves, they've bitten on this, right? They pulled that rotate over towards A.
Toxin screen down.
Still got YU set up towards B, but it hasn't really paid off. They've not been in a position to punish these strips. Well, the rotations come through. There will be bodies here for Wolves.
You are divided.
The divide will cut sound, cut sight lines as well.
Lots of space for Fnatic. The Wolves, dangerous, just try and walk back in. Oh dear. Oh dear, Kron again, man. I don't know how much he can see from that actively, but position held.
Yeah, time's going to run out regardless, but
they're still not going to clear it comfortably. Death from above on the first. Great work from Lysor, though. Takes away Kayak, denying the trade. So maybe an opportunity. Now the pick comes in. Similar scenes to before, but this time it's Wolves. Alpha flies forward. Still giving them numbers advantage. A Spring feeling rough around the edges, but that's beautiful. Needs 4. Asked a lot of the Boaster.
Boaster stepped. He heard him.
Been given away. The shot in the dark here. The reload had been here before. Diffuse. Does Boaster panic? The crowd roaring for it, and Boaster tested again. Spring though. Down to the wire, and Boaster does it. The scoreboard stays flawless.
Played the timing to perfection here. A chance potentially for Spring to close out. And between Alpha and Crash, he's just running the clock down enough.
One enemy remains. Come on.
To put Boaster in a position to secure the round. We'll draw another timeout second in the first half here for Wolves. As this has spiraled out of control for them.
Certainly has.
Yes, Remnants really, the Gen G scoreline once more, yes. Asking for a comeback, but talk about the resilience of Wolves. They've shown it. They've shown they can play from behind.
I love you too. Yeah, this is a scary predicament for Wolves, right? Because it does feel like, again, their earlier games, you're just on that momentum, feeling fantastic. Your players are hitting shots. As I said, Cinderella run.
We're in a very different situation now, though, where it's like best of 5. Last chance to get to the grand finals. This is a very, very different climate for Wolves to try and thrive in.
And more experienced teams falter in these scenarios. Hell, you look at Heretics, sorry to bring them back from the dead, but God, you put them in a best of 5. They absolutely shy away from it. It is a different level at this point. So it is hard. And then you look at arguably probably one of the hardest opponents to come up against, who have the most storied history. It's Fnatic. You've got literally some of the players who truly thrive in these, like Chronicle, on the other side. So for Wolves, it is never going to be easy, but you don't want to see them go down like this.
No. Definitely not. It's a long series today, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic again, slow approach towards A-Ramp, with Juicy potentially tested once more. But again, with this default, not expecting any sort of commitment too early on. Drawn an extra man already, though. 4 bodies for Wolves. Over on the A side of the map.
Yeah, but now they're doubting it as well, right? Is that it's so hard to have faith in what you're seeing. This is a double fake. And it's beautiful. Look what it's done. Yeah. You're watching a master at work, Mike.
And this is kind of that panic sort of play style where they're kind of biting onto everything they see. Of course. Kayak will fall, but
hey,
Fnatic's still waiting to potentially catch somebody.
The ult's going to give it away, but...
Yeah, but they're not here.
Yeah, Fnatic probably didn't expect to have this much level of success. Now, the red carpet's rolled out, but they still need to cross with the spike. That is still an issue. I said they hesitated almost, maybe imagining there was more here. So now Wolves get to play back in. There's light for them yet. Desperately trying to claw on, though, but it's Alpha and Boaster. Hold on, pause. Spike not down, 20 seconds.
One off showstopper as well for Alpha.
I have the spike.
That could be pivotal. in the post here.
There it is. Sharp as hell for 10 seconds. He goes down. A lifeline. Oh! Jesus! It's 6 seconds, Booster! Can you charge him down? Oh my.
Oh, he's faked it.
Yeah, Lyxor's played it like a champion. Beautifully done in the end. Kept calm, tested by Booster, and he passed the test.
I mean, the paint shell almost causing so many issues.
If there was a second extra for that, Showstopper coming in.
Forces them out, but Booster finds the first. Just can't keep a hold of the spray. Again, the TP past the fleece up. You can see Lyxor.
That was sick.
Dancing back and forth.
Being told to sit down by Alpha. You don't want to get that man fired up either, right? Like, oof. Back to business, it looks like, keeping it simple. All in towards that A site, maybe excluding one. Both are still disconnected, but still viable. Gonna be tested again, though, by Spring, and here we go. Alpha wants space, Mike. And this time, ooh, I thought he was almost out of there, but Wolves holding on. Lyxor coming alive for the side. Finally, they're fighting back. As Kron, the last man standing in a 1v4. Spike deep in Wolves territory. You'd need a mistake from Wolves to open that door of chance for Kron.
We'll look for potentially a flank coming through. And no confirmation, I guess, on everybody left standing on Wolves, but firm control of the spike. Chronicle, no way back into this round. I've got to say it, even with that scoreline, look at the funds behind this for Fnatic. It's going to be a real turning point here for Wolves.
Spot on. And a little belief goes a long way. For Wolves to try and make Fnatic feel human could be part of the task here.
Yeah.
To be able to remind yourselves, look, we took down Gen G. Well, you know, we've done great things.
To come back to that, it almost felt like the flip of the switch, really, when Wolves got back into that game. Well, that map, I should say. The abysmal first half. I mean, this one's not over just yet. Chance to almost improve on that first half performance, but we'll see a couple of follow-ups here. The crowd
willing it.
Yeah, happy to see a second on the board for Wolves. And in explosive fashion as well. Again, the reveal just not catching. See here, Alpha's even ready for that reveal to ping something on site.
Yep.
Fortunate turn of events, but Wolves pounce on the opportunity.
Again, these sort of things, these sort of moments, a lot of those fans really got behind Sufat BB as well, giving that speech, getting them back on that same page. But to be able to do damage to Fnatic is one thing, to take them out of the half is another. But they have timeouts to play with. First one they're going to be calling here, but also an opportunity for the Wolves coach to have a chat as well. So a bit of a double-edged sword at times, but yeah. Fnatic wanting that check-in.
Sure, and maybe, again, we don't know if the comms, a little bit of complacency following up what could be considered a fumble.
Yep.
In that round 9 loss. Still in a fantastic position regardless. Crashies with his ultimate. Kayak have his as well. Obviously the purchase, well, a purchase will be there. Fnatic do want to push all in here in round 11. It's not going to be an awful lot behind this, but a purchase regardless. Side of Wolves, nothing available, but Juicy. Sufat BB being the closest. A chance to potentially see them in round 12. Let's see if there's any real adjustment here from Fnatic, and maybe what we've talked about, some mid-exploration here from Wolves, and Kayak beheading Spring.
Oh, that little bait and switch is filthy. Oh. And the, look at the tempo from this. Boaster's off. He's in vents.
He's got the spike, by the way.
Yes. Kayak, can you, oh, it's fine, apparently. Boaster gets away with daylight robbery. What has just happened? What? I want to know what happened in that timeout. What was the conversation that suddenly makes Fnatic look inhuman? YU is on A. And of course, Chronicle is there. What the hell just happened in that timeout?
One of those situations where Fnatic just seem to have the enemy playbook to read throughout their timeout. Anticipating this mid-aggression perfectly. Wolves actually doubled down. Oh. I mean, not much to do in that situation if you spring. That's the sort of thing we've asked of Wolves.
Ace.
Nice.
A little later today. Again, pin our hopes and prayers to a 9-3 half once more for Wolves here on Split.
Sees Pain Shell to begin things, get early control over B main. You're looking at middle though, right? There's a thought of it there with Juicy. Fnatic biding their time. No hurry on this one. Maybe expecting a bit of that aggression. And Alpha comes out on top of that damage exchange. So is there a reaction through middle? Juicy wanting to be involved, chomping at the bit here. Spring drawing all eyes towards him. Pressure starting to mount. Right, closing in, and he has been a godsend for this squad. One of the higher performers throughout that regular season, and now into this, into Toronto. He has been wondrous to witness. About the 50 seconds, no real player drop chip. A mid-walk, that is audacious, and it works. Juicy strikes, Poster wants one back, but he doesn't get it. But then Alpha, he bails him out, and then they look a little lost almost in the swing, but it's fine. 3v3. You got to see where they're heading. Nice shot as well. Look at the damage. Why you? Come on, Kron! How are you allowed to do this?
There.
The slip through Spring. Oh, okay, it's so diligent.
There's nowhere. There's no area to play in, no pocket to play out of. Sewn up, totally Chronicle in full control until then. Spring. Give me a miracle. Show me what you can do. It's lovely, but does he expect it? Absolutely not! There's no escaping Fnatic right now at 10-2.
But not an absolute clinic. Another round that just shows the layers of contingency in Fnatic's game plan. And that gets said it, even versus Gen G. A tall order to come back to, and an even worse scoreline, to be honest.
Yeah, they are big game players they're up against though, right? To face Fnatic in these sort of situations is incredibly hard. It's uphill by all accounts, and very few people understand what it's like to face a team like this. However, there are a couple of people in the building who know what it's like, and one of them is waiting in the wings with Yinzu. We're gonna head over there right now.
Do I have a treat for you guys? I'm now joined by Tens and Kaide. They're in the building indeed. Welcome. First of all, Tens, we have an event in Canada. How exciting is that?
It's honestly amazing being able to attend an event that's in my home country. The crowd here has been fantastic, so just the vibes are immaculate.
I'm feeling the vibes, and I'm glad you mentioned the vibes because, Kaide, I saw a little video of you dapping up Sufat BV, living all of our dreams out here. What was that like meeting him?
Oh no, he's absolutely incredible. He has really good vibes. I feel like I'm low-key the curse right now though, because it's 10-2 at the moment, but I hope they can bring it back.
It's a best of 5. As you know, Tens, anything can happen in a best of 5. You've been here before. You've also had to watch some stressful games. I saw you in a Paper Rex jersey yesterday. Now, this question came specifically from our good friend, Vansili. What is more stressful, watching Sen, watching Paper Rex, or watching Kaide's Game Changers games?
Oh my god. I'll just say all of them are stressful. They might be more stressful than playing, honestly. I think watching is really stressful.
Anything you want to add there, Kaide?
For me, personally, it was watching Sen. I don't really get nervous when I play, so I don't know.
Yeah, you're the go. You're the go for that reason. And lastly, there's a lot of crazy things happening on stage, players standing up, so on and so forth. I want to hear from you. Who is winning the vibe game today?
I think right now Boaster is because they're up 10-2, but I know Sufat's going to bring it back.
I also agree.
All right, let's see if they're right and send to the second half.
Can't help but love hearing from Tens there as well, and Kaide just ice cold. Feels no pressure. Light work. All right, all good. And here, checking in on that Coinbase econ report, it is going to be a one-sided affair. You can kind of read it as you see it. No real surprises in that regard.
Painting the picture of some rough purchases to string together for Wolves, and no surprises really. I think we come back to a similar discussion we've had previously. This time around, it's YU that's kind of trailing behind a little bit. The second half, we're looking towards Juicy. He had a fantastic resurgence versus Gen G.
Yes.
Really, the pinnacle of that comeback. Spring showing some resilience already here in the first half, putting up some numbers, even at a 10-2 deficit. Goes without saying here, need to get this first round on the board.
Yeah, it is not even just a want, it is a need, a necessity if Wolves want a shot in this. Let's see how it looks at the very beginning. Already Fnatic looking to take control over towards Rem. And in exchange, Wolves eyeing up middle. So a slow and steady walk. Taking their time, but on the other side is Kron. Not going to outstay his welcome. Pressure now felt a little towards B main, so they've got a bit of a read here, encouraging Fnatic to get moving.
I think as well, this might be the response to the slow default from Wolves. Immediately on the back of contact there, Fnatic are on the move.
Yeah. They got sight, but not complete control. Fnatic still have a foot in the door, but Wolves, beautiful. Breaking it down, and now Bosa outgunned. Beautiful from Wolves. This is what the doctor ordered. Now Alpha and Crashy still with a lot of kit to play with and a bit of chip damage. Alpha. Does anyone to be nasty? It would be him. Oh my god, don't you dare.
Got a reset.
Don't you dare. Another paint shell and another problem. A high-low he can't get out of. And Spring finding some of that form as Wolves need.
Surely asking for a few more on the back of that, but confident start here to the pistol. No hesitation on the way in. Happy to stand their ground, take these gunfights. Boaster, unfortunately, able to find one, make it a little easier for Crashies and Alpha to potentially clean up. First tick in the box for Wolves.
And they can't stop, Mike. They cannot
need to follow through here.
They've somehow got to keep Fnatic under their thumb the whole way through. Now, we know they can do this sort of thing. We've seen it, right? We've seen what they can do with a bit of momentum, a bit of belief. But it is going to be round by round, and it's a long road back. You can't have a kayak round against you. You can't have Alpha going off or Kron getting you 3 out of nowhere. None of that can be allowed to happen. So can they cross the T's, dot the I's? Can they truly stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the giants of Valorant?
And we know Fnatic have already shown that they can channel this sort of slow pacing. We saw it in the Sentinels game. This is something they're very, very well versed in. Already here, actually. Look at the mini-map. Alpha's on the move. Crashy's actually falls ahead of the site here. But there's bodies here for Fnatic. So Bucky in the hands of Alpha, but he's on the flank. It's going to be difficult to get something going here, but an upgrade to a Ghost.
Yeah, the Ghost goes in hand. It's the 4 other weapons that are the big factor, right? They can't really afford to lose it. Good paranoia sets them up to succeed. Kron does draw blood.
30 seconds.
And he's
time here.
Not really gets overwhelmed so fast. Paint shell from Alpha, still trying no. So 3 survive. Yes, they lose 1 weapon, Mike, but that's fine.
And scheme of things, keep that ball rolling in terms of the finances. 3 Bulldogs carried across. Juicy's going to struggle potentially, but you can see Fnatic are desperate to get into sight, tuck themselves in, anticipating the regroup outside A. It's rough here as well for Alpha, actually. YU, a lick of HP. Steps ahead of the paint shell and finds the kill. But now the rifles are here for Fnatic. Juicy actually is a stinger here into round 3.
First signs of life toward middle. Slow presence from Spring over towards B main. That'll be Kayak on the other side. Boaster's eyes drawn away. Focus towards what they can really see and feel. The C's and the paint shell don't catch as Kron slips away deeper. And hard to get a bit of a beat on this. Oh, Spring, the timing. Catches Boaster, but a good trade. But this spurs them on, Mike. It looks like they really want to head towards this B site.
And Alpha desperately wanted to get outside of the smoke. He might have a big opportunity here. They're actually going to projector him.
Okay, Wolves are holding on now. Kayak is on the site. Do they then cancel on this? It looks like they want to try and spin through CT. feeling bold in approach, but they can't get lost in the sauce here. Kayak getting curious, and he's going to land the shot on YU. That's a problem. Now they're starting to drift a little. 3v3, and Kayak still holding ground. The immovable object. 3 kills in the round, could be on for the ace if he keeps going like this, but dealt with. Juicy unlocks that B site. Now the plant is on the cards.
Still got utility here for Crashies as well. Kron, we saw him burn up the snake bite. They are grouped as 2, going to try and sweep through. See if that BB going to be called upon in front of first.
Needs to back away, and he's done it well. No trade available for Kron there. Has to wait this out now. Maybe a good idea of where both players are, but this crossfire is strong. Juicy, eyes up towards heaven. I thought he'd hold this with him. It's still solid. See if that BB plays it well. Waited, and now stands. The scoreline now not looking impossible. At 5-10, Mike, we might be starting to get a bit of a game here.
Mimicking the first half, the bonus conversion. Rough timing here for Boaster, I think. Just trying to slip a little deeper. The trade comes through, sure, but it's really what gives Wolves something to pin their hope towards B site. A 3-round string, actually. Something else to pin their hopes to. Then hard work already really done. Get themselves on the board. Start establishing themselves in terms of the finances. Again, this first ult cycle. Oh, yeah, CUFAT BB. Probably going to be the first influential ultimate available to them, but not quite yet.
It's very all in so far, isn't it? At least in this round. Boaster, oh, he's found a cubby, he's found a corner. Has he found an opportunity? The Bucky rattles off. Does well on one, but he can't get the follow-up. The site now not fully in control and the spike hindered. The Prowler being sent up towards ramp finds nothing but Alpha waits. The flank eventuality coming in as well. Slow and steady. They have to try and keep them at bay here.
Spring's looking for it, and whether there's going to be anything else to draw its attention. But Kayak will fall.
Spotting out Kron as well. They now know one towards CT. They've seen Alpha flying through the air. Dealt with, done for. Wolves are back at the door. 6 rounds looking very likely. Ladies and gents, the Wolves are here. Doing the dance right back to Boaster. We've got a showman on our hands, and Fnatic should be furious about this.
It's just, I mean, it talks about thriving in this sort of scenario. They really come alive when playing from behind. Fnatic will be forced to take a timeout here. It's the operator in hand here for Kayak.
Oh, I'm a happy bunny, Michael. I'm a happy bunny because we actually might get Fnatic pushed here. Because, look, we all like good Valorant. We want a close game. We didn't want to see Wolves go out with a whimper, get lost in the depth of a best-of-5 and fall short against, you know, one of the greats that there is. Right now, though, they're showing why they made it this far. They're showing that vibe. Cameraman's got an easy job these days, huh?
Yeah, the content delivering non-stop in Toronto.
But you are seeing one adjustment here. Well, at least we are. Operator for Kayak. And it doesn't feel like Fnatic looks stressed yet, Mike, but they've got to start feeling that this game is not as easy as maybe it felt on that first.
As well, the concern being another round. I mean, especially now when you're getting battered like this 4 in a row, it's tough to really then find a follow-up, to be honest. We're talking about the same thing that Wolves had to deal with. You can't really establish the economy, build up that cushion. Wolves have shown they're happy to tap into pacier XX, but I mean, this being a perfect example now. Way ahead of the curve in terms of Wolves' attack in half.
And Alpha can't really avoid it. He's now been hit by that same pressure that was put down towards Crashies initially. He tried to thread the needle, but the layering was great. So Juicy rewarded. Now Fnatic once again held back. The plant should be next on the cards. Ult-wise, they have nothing here to bank on if you're Fnatic. Trying to keep their heads down. Precarious at the best of times. But the plant's in and the time's on their side.
Look at YU towards mid as well. He's just waiting for contact to come through on site. Chronicle guarding it for the time being, but I don't think he's going to find him.
Boaster strides in, kicks down the door. He finds it there off the free, but the trade's good. The lurk's even better. The Wolves are here, baby, and Kayak really wants to keep that operator. A prized possession, and they've shown real good looks on that side take.
And it's Alpha ahead of these smokes. There's nobody else there to really back him up. Maybe not reading that the full brunt of this execute's coming through main, but I can't help but think it kind of goes against the ethos of an operator coming in here. You don't necessarily want players exposed, isolated like this. It being Alpha in particular as well. Beautiful reveal as well.
Give me fist pump, boys.
It's like I said, with players like YU in the spring, if you give up that first blood and a man advantage, somebody will tuck in. They will not be moving until it gets chaotic on site. And YU demonstrating just that.
They have absolutely iced out Fnatic here. Now, if they can note the operator, they can spot where that's kind of committed to early, it'd be incredibly valuable. And deep contact on the Prowler may feel indicative that someone's been pushed up towards B main.
Again, if you're Fnatic, you don't necessarily want to show it too early. Basically put Wolves in charge of the information game, but Kayak, desperate to make something work. Walks into the waiting arms of Spring.
Wolves can play this game.
I know exactly where you are.
Good info on the ult as well. Juicy looking to outdo Kron there on the jump spot, but going to keep his life. Not alone in that mid walk too either. It's a 3-2 split as it stands, looking to maybe adjust that now. So they want to take towards that B site. Once again, rinse, repeat, it works. But Alpha, excuse me, you've got an operator. Excuse me, Alpha, you have an operator. One is not enough to deny this. And you look at what remains, it's Stingers. Hard to make work if they keep them at arm's length.
Get into the site here, maybe cause some issues, but doesn't look like. I mean, Chronicles just now trying to dig out the late lurk, but we can see both Spring and YU, the prime candidates for such a role. This time, up in the front lines. Chance here, potentially, I mean, with the setup for Fnatic to find an exit, but you've already said it, they need to close the gap, really. I mean, the smoke. Can get it, crashes. Daylight robbery here for the operator.
No! There's no way he nearly went down there. Kron's like, get down, President.
Yeah,
get down, Mr. President, I got your life. Neuer's here. It's all good. But still, they keep the operator. But it feels like the poison chalice almost, right? It's just like, who's going to fall with it now? But look at that string of rounds. That's 6 in a row. You know, when we outlined the way to get back into these one-sided games, you don't really expect it to happen. When we say it's a mountain to climb, you don't really think they're going to be mountaineers, right? You don't expect them to be Sherpering their way up that hill, but as it stands, they're 2 away from tying this up, and then it becomes real. Then I'm on board. We have to see what this ult cycle's looking like, though, because Fnatic are very close to having the full hand, and they want Kayak in on this. Fnatic trying to make it hurt, but Kron's already gone down. Juicy doing well here. This is lovely stuff from them. And no chance for that operator to really sing.
Early advantage created here, Wolves. Again, this plays into their hands. Allows them to slow the pace, garner some control across the map, and they already know they've created a gap in the defenses. Fnatic spread a little thin here, but Kayak, he's the, where's this actually headed? This potentially.
No way. You got this? Even the observer's getting excited.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
But again, this won't be the first time the Kayak's played this sort of position. But he's done really well there. Nice shot and gets out of the...
I don't like the peek ahead of the ult, but...
Yeah, relax. That's 2 ults now invested. One just to even up that initial trade, and this one, I don't think he's going to find a target, no. So again, they burnt 2 ults in this. If anything, that's an effective trade, and they are instantly rotating towards A.
And they're ahead of the rotation of Fnatic as well.
And Spring going for a lurk, I like that. But Boaster heads up about it, smart. Good read from Boaster there. But they still have this A site looking very good. Crashy's keeping himself somewhat hidden here. 14 seconds as well. He could be the one to change the outcome of this round if he plays it just right. Boaster trying to keep all eyes on him, but the attention now turns. Crashies can't find the player on the plant, but he does take away CFAT BB. Now down to a 2v4, it's unlikely. Why are you looking calm? But it's going to be handled, surely. Surely, there it is. Alpha dives in. They're going to make it back up now. Finally breaking in the second half.
Unlucky here for Wolves to, again, an opportunity to isolate Crashies here. I don't want to really say a misread of the map because they're able to navigate way around effectively. Actually, Alpha finding Lysol just ahead of getting out of the smoke. Could argue Spring, that's where you really want to see him tuck in and do once more what we've seen YU employ. Like I said, they were in a position to capitalize on Fnatic being out of position. See if this continues now. Fnatic, one on the board for the second half. Operator still here. A couple of ultimates come online as well, the two being the divide and the pit here. Juicy, speaking of ultimates. Showstopper. Oh, Slicesaw. What?
Oh, wow, how is Crashies alive?
Show me another perspective of that.
I don't get it. Because that looked teed up, right? That looked spot on.
Cosmetic rocket, apparently.
Didn't buy the DLC, so YU now trying to slowly work his way up middle, but this is difficult, right? They're looking for that opportunity. Can Spring maybe give them one? Trying to slip across here, but there's danger to be had. A deep hold from Fnatic going to make them have to really search far. Double stack towards CT. The site is clear. It's almost lulling them into this false sense of security.
Now, this is better for Fnatic. They're waiting for Wolves to hit a side. Nobody overstepping the mark just yet. YU removed. Alpha next up here. Next line of defense and delivers. Lysol will fall.
And again, this grip towards CT is in play. They know about the players in middle. They don't know they're still two waiting patiently. The Bulls did want to try and get ahead and maybe get a pick on their side. So we're looking at CFAT BB and Spring to do what the others couldn't. But a 2v5 is not easy. The ult wanted. Spring wants something on their side. There's the counter though. Doesn't get dodged either. Spring is in trouble. Trying to layer up that utility, but Alpha flies in from above, drops it down. It looks too simple for Fnatic to claim that 12.
Can't fault them for investing the pit here. Desperate to try and recover what's...
Huh? I don't know if we should. The devs are in the building.
Yeah.
Dan?
Can we get that clip to...
Dan's just hiding in the lounge. I mean,
this...
God, he just knows it, doesn't he? Stunning work. And again, it's one thing to get close to the likes of Fnatic. It is another to best them. But they're not done yet, Wolves. There's still a bye here. There's still rounds to be played.
Still an operator here for Juicy. See Kayak still has one of his own, but map point now for Fnatic. Pick goes up early. Alpha and Kron will play inside this. Oh, to be careful there though. I mean, looking for Kron, and it's Alpha catching a stray or two. But now we'll tuck in. Boaster's got the divide here as well, so another good defensive ultimate. The gauntlet laid out in front of Wolves. Oh, Alpha though, way ahead of the mark once more, trying to find something, but Kayak evens the odds.
Yeah, I love that reaction from Kayak to take space back on the other side of the map. And now it feels very indicative of this hit towards the side. Boaster going to struggle to stay alive. Does the best he can. How did he get CFAT BB in that? I do not know. But Juicy still holding on here. Doesn't want to give this up yet, but look at Crashies' position, Mike. That could be the checkmate. It makes me nervous. Are you going to even consider it at this point? Juicy might be. Does he think this is still happening? So much util as well. Oh my God, Juicy couldn't deal with it in time. And now they're herded on the site. Kayak closing in as well. Prowler posted. Shot missed! And an opportunity gained as Crashy's called upon. He can't do it! And Wolves stay alive!
Beautiful recovery here. And finding Alpha. Alpha desperate to try and attack the back line of Wolves. Maybe to still find success towards Saya. I mean, how Boaster gets that kill? What even? Oh, well, yeah.
One of those.
Spike down.
That's rough. But Juicy. Again, he was the person we were talking about in terms of resilience, in terms of his ability to bounce back previously. Ooh, he's the one to open up. Round 21 for Wolves. Still 3 rounds separate them.
Oh, but this just feels nasty with Alpha here. And Boaster has done this again. And they have no idea. Doesn't wait. He wants this done. For Alpha, instantly posts his ult as well in a 4v3. And they've been stalled out now.
Boaster falling though. I guess Wolves now, they don't have to run that utility gauntlet. Why are you tucked up again? Expect him to wait for contact. Kayak still committed over towards side A, and Crashes actually digs it out nice and early.
Yeah, the Prowler was just fantastic. And now Alpha feeling unfazed by the presence. A high-low setup. He gets cleared on one, but down to the talisman for this side for Wolves. He can't do it. Chronicle closes the account. It's map 1 done. Wolves still showing they are deadly, Mike.
Absolutely. Asking for another comeback once more. It's just not there. Fnatic able to stabilize here on split.
Certainly are. 13-9, a decent score, but a best of 5. We'll find out how this goes after the break.
It's too quiet so he doesn't stand up like that little NPC. Stupid bad! Spring, everyone. Hold on, wait. I'm just sorry. What? Super 5! And then Silpat BB getting a double one from me. And the feet. Super 5!
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Blink your eyes, one for yes, two for no. It seems like you're ready to see what I saw. He said, she said, I'm the target, the bullet and the gun. It is now like an electric dance between shots and blood numbers. Don't fool them twice, if you still wanna be part of the members. I embrace you, dear, 'cause
Fnatic draw first blood in this lower bracket final. I'm now joined by their head coach, Milan. Now, this could have been a very dominant map, but what happened on that defense side?
I think it's just a different Viper setup. The Spring is lurking really well, and I think we kind of struggled to adapt to it a little bit. Even after the timeouts, I don't think we had a super great idea on how to counter it, but in the end, the boys pulled through, so I'm really happy with that.
Thank you for your insight. Good luck on map 2.
It was all about the attack on Split because we were seeing round after round go for Fnatic, and then when we flipped sides, it was round after round going for the Wolves. What a way to start things off here, but of course this brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. And we're gonna start this off with Kayak because, well, Kayak's just doing Kayak things here, Bea. An absolute beast.
As you said, it's everything about the attack, and Kayak started off super strong on this map, getting a lot of openers and being an absolute nuisance to go up against if you were on the side of Wolves. 10-2 for that side, and if Kayak is having one of those days alongside Alpha and Chronicle, it's going to be a difficult one for the Wolves.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he had a bit of a slow beginning yesterday on Split. This time came out of the gates instantly. I think it was 12-3 to begin, something ridiculous like that. I do think, though, just that coach interview with Milan where he was talking about, listen, we actually didn't have a great idea of how to shut that down on the defense.
Yeah.
But the individual player impact ended up pulling them through what ended up being quite a close game.
Yeah, it is interesting because the Wolves are completely asleep. They lost the first 8 rounds in a row. I think they were making some pretty simple mistakes, not trading each other, looking like they couldn't really figure out what to change up. But once I got that energy in the second half, it was the same win conditions we've been talking about for the Wolves all tournament long, but which is how rough that first half was. There just wasn't time to get back into Split.
And so many times it's just Spring and the plays that he can make. The wall that he was using on B was such a massive problem, but it all started with this crazy round number 9. We're just screaming, please do not peek, he doesn't have time. He ends up ulting out of it and just strikes the post.
But I think the silliness of this round kind of broke the mental barrier that was up for Wolves, where they felt like they were the worst team. I think they looked nervous, they looked like they didn't really have a game plan, and I think at that point they started to believe that they could win. It's rough, though, that they started on Split, because that's a really good map for them, but they kind of wasted the first 8 rounds being nervous.
And it sounds stupid to say, but I think one of the indexes of how good Wolves is playing in a map is how silly they are on stage and what Sufat Baby is doing. And once they won that bonus round, once they got back into it, he's hitting the L dance back at post, or he's doing all this stuff that they've been doing to all tournament to kind of play up to the crowd. And I think that's super critical in a game like this, to not overthink it, to keep the underdog mentality and just chill out. Hey, it's another game. Don't get stressed out by a BO5.
Always good to see the trademark Lysor stand and stare. You love to see it, kids. That being said, let's go to the coach of the Wolves and hear what he has to say.
Now joined by Coach Fade ahead of map 2. You guys showed so much resilience on map 1. You probably could have closed it out if the first half wasn't so skewed. So how do you make sure your boys don't go into Icebox as cold as they did on Split?
I think we give them too much respect, like in terms of their calling and map control. So now we're gonna fight back. Get ready, Fnatic.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much.
All right, he said that they were giving him too much respect. And while we did see that they were starting to gain that confidence, Vale, round after round after round. But now we get ready for Icebox, a great opportunity for the Wolves to answer back.
Yeah, exactly. They decided to go for this map. We've seen them playing in the tournament, and the idea for both of the teams is a bit different, right? Wolves, they've showed how they put that Gecko out. I want to see if they repeat that composition, and if we're going to see that synergy between YU and Juicy, because that is what brought them the win against RRQ.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the game plans look like too. I think actually Boaster's called some really creative looks on this map. It's something he's been super comfortable with in the long term too. So it's a test of a map pool. This second map ends up being a bit more of a test of endurance as well. You get off to a bit of a nervous beginning and now you start to settle into a BO5. It's about Wolves finding that rhythm for me, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, this feels like the most comfortable map they could really get to try and go up 2-0 in this series. They've always been excellent here on Icebox. They've had a great run on it back on EMEA this year. I've especially liked them switching into a Sage comp that kind of fell out of popularity for a lot of time, but is just so strong on this map. Fnatic is a team that loves to play retake pretty much every map they are playing, and on this map they do such a great job of stalling out that plant, getting everyone in position, and just winning these easy retakes with with that Sage wall up and the players flooding in.
Yeah, and as we jump into Agent Select, I want to see if WOL is going to repeat that. Yes, they locked that instantly.
Wow.
YU is going to be on that Gecko. And with them starting on the attack, again, I want to mention how important it is for Juicy to have a good showing on this first half. As you're saying, Fnatic is going to give them a lot of space. It was one of the solutions that they found on Split. Finding an opener, going back, just play the time, play for the retake, and Chronicle is a great stage here.
We need to see a confident Wolves that's willing to fight up in their post flanks, get ahead of Fnatic's utility, and be willing to challenge them. If Fnatic is allowed to just play the set retakes the way they want to, I think they'll run over this defense.
I think Pistol round 2, you're going to watch Chronicle on defense. He's going to buy the wall, and Wolves need a game plan, especially on the Pistol, because it's almost impossible to break the Sage wall quickly there. So that's where I think, Mimi, your point of playing up, playing aggro, they've got to have a game plan on the Pistol built around not letting Fnatic just walk back in with that Sage wall defuse.
And for both teams, it does come down a little bit to their Jets, two players that have both won Ascension in different years. For Kayak, it was straight to Fnatic after winning with Apex. For Juicy, had that year off. Now here for his first time as well, going head-to-head on these agents that can absolutely take over on Icebox.
We heard what Coach Fade said earlier on. They don't want to be in a position where they're just giving too much respect to Fnatic. They have to fight them right where they are. Otherwise, Fnatic, an experienced team of guys who've been here and done that, could very well run all over them. This is going to be a big, big challenge here for the Wolves. And the question is, can they tie this 1-1? But we're going to have to find out because it's a BO5. So this one's far from over. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for map 2.
Okay, map 2 Icebox. Now, I think something said there really resonated with me, Mike. The fact that there is that fear of a name, right? Fnatic are legends in this. It makes you almost respect them too much, right? That second half showed real signs of life for Wolves, but I don't think we can keep depending on those, running it back, playing from a deficit. I need to see them hit the ground running.
It's exciting to watch, never comfortable.
Yeah.
For that to be the game plan and that to be, the strongest aspect of the playbook. So for sure, I mean, it's got to just be so exhausting to constantly be channeling or playing from behind and channeling into that sort of psyche. And again, I come back to the same thing. You never really are able to win a veto versus Fnatic, and this being the biggest concern, I guess, in the home stretch. It's coming to Icebox map 2. Again, proof of life shown in map 1. They carry that across now.
So of course, if you're just tuning in, 13-9 on the first, in favor to Fnatic. Here onto Icebox, Wolves will be starting out on the attacking side, setting the tempo themselves. Fnatic looking to hinder that. Hello and goodbye. Crashy swiftly dealt with. Tried to stick around a little too long. Maybe feeling a little bit too confident. And Wolves get into that nice post one.
Able to reset almost immediately. Still got the wall to work with here for Fnatic, so Kayak wants to open things up here. YU, though, finds a response.
Yeah, trying to go around the site. I kind of liked it, but he almost fumbled for a moment. And Chronicle, this guy just keeps getting better and better as the day goes on. And Suvat Beanie just has to try and peer over that wall. But Chronicle, almost decorated players, looking comfortable on stages like this.
Again, these are the sort of retakes that Fnatic will play towards time and time again. Right, they want to open things up, and we almost expect a couple of extra bodies alongside YU here. You've got to anticipate. I mean, you see the comp immediately, you know where the strengths lie. Almost exactly the same woo.
Yeah.
So yeah, they rehearsed that?
I think they practice. Now, for Wolves, it is just classics. But again, we talk about this. I don't want to see them go to that massive deficit and have to claw it back for themselves. We know they can. We'd love to see them get that ball rolling early. As it stands, Fnatic, you're looking at the purchase here. You maybe say 3 of those weapons, especially the one in Kayak's hands and maybe Boaster's, they'd want to keep hold of. And Kayak hasn't been moved. Gets away with murder in the back of yellow. Eventually overwhelmed, but Boaster's right there. This simplistic stuff. Suvat Baby does get that prized possession, but they want it back, and they're gonna get it. Simple stuff from Fnatic, not feeling phased so far.
Just the one casualty will establish a little bit of a cushion here for Fnatic to lean upon. Get the freebie behind.
Down B. Enemy
Nah.
remaining.
Mine don't do that. Yeah, I saw Devi yesterday and I was just like, that was just like one of those phantom moment aces. He was like, yeah, you're just shooting and the second or third lands, you're not even trying it.
Yeah, you just light work.
I'm like, yeah, same for me all the time.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So, big round for Wolves now. Buys in play. Why are you not a million miles away from home? Still got a bit to go. An early test on middle. You can see where the vast majority of the attention resides. Fnatic taking space down towards B long. Going to post up Kayak on that deeper line. God, how far is he willing to find this? Lysor, keep your eyes on the prize. There is a very hungry player on the other side, but early contact made.
Peel away from this pretty quickly. Not necessarily anything to stop Wolves progressing towards A, but certainly a few pieces of kit to slow down this execute. Again, the alarm bot placement actually prevent any further push-up towards screens. But first wave, Wolves don't actually find the plant. Lysol's found Chronicle though, a key piece in the retake.
It certainly is, but they're losing some of that HP on the side, but they do at least get the plant now. Not a fully comfortable post-plant. Juicy still making the best of a bad situation. Taking down Boaster on only 3. That mid lurk is coming in. That is Lysor on the way. Maybe not necessary, but a lovely string to the bow here. Oh, that's clean. And now just one. And Lysor's got it. Beautiful. Gutting and filleting them alive in this one. Wolves getting back into it.
Early response found here from Wolves. I mean, both teams converting the bonus in map 1, so defying those previous results already. See how now Kayak already round number 4. Operator in hand for him. And already shown signs of defensive proactivity in the previous. Sit back maybe a little deeper here, set up on a sideline.
And again, if you're someone like Fnatic, you have the ability to be a little bit boisterous almost as well. Hold those more confident, deeper lines. The Wolves, they need to almost temper that, right? Bring them back into heel, cull some of that confidence. But there's always a good balance with Fnatic. They're not going to go too far. You can see what the attempt is here from Wolves. A little early glance towards A. Let's see where they're stacking now.
Again, it's always a discussion topic. Seeing the nanos from Lysor burn up versus the Sage, you really want to keep as many of those stalls, utilities in the post plant as possible. You're trying to, I guess, weaken Alpha's hold on mid. Not really going to amount to much.
Oh, most of that is a brave swing there, but does get the info on the cross towards yellow. So the rotation's going to be coming in with some confidence. But Juicy gets caught. Alpha quick to it. They want that plant, but Alpha is doing damage from above. Catching Sufat BB as well is a problem. And Waiu's ult doesn't feel safe from this position either. So has to play it out here, trying to find some security, and that's going to help matters. Spring makes his presence known through middle and puts him into this 3v4.
Stuffed up now, they have to dig out a player from back yellow. Kayak gifted one onto Spring here, and it's just why you left now.
And they got to know about it. They know about his position to an extent, and he's been absolutely corralled by Crashies. Fnatic looking solid here. Very disciplined in that play back in, and certainly helped by Alpha catching 2.
Kayak as well, didn't even catch it off screen. The immediate follow-up with the operator. But Juicy doesn't even get a chance to react here. And here's the first, second immediate. I mean, Lysor really, like I said, with that plant position, he's the one that you really want to see have that, I guess, safety from the front line where he doesn't have to peek too early. But again, Spring was giving away an opportunity for Fnatic to find a way back in.
Okay, they've got the ult with Waiu, so that's something they have at least in the back pocket. But the purchase a little bit weakened, as you can see. There's going to be the ult, maybe just trying to isolate Boaster, clear through yellow. We've seen Kayak's been a problem there. A little bit of a layer to that as well. You saw early on Juicy trying to take the space behind it, so he could catch a punish. but not to be, but fast rotations in mind. Look at the presence here already, Mike. That's 4 players on this side.
A pause for thought on the way in here. Kayak, see the X-ray littered with Wolves players.
Target-rich environment
Yeah.
for this man.
Waiting for the wall to come back up over the top. Kayak will still find one.
Oh, and Juicy trying to play way ahead of that desperation to find some security. And that is a brave ult. It's worked out. Core Boaster, is anyone there to try and keep him safe? Yeah, there's plenty. You don't get an easy kill. Boaster's got his boys around him. Diffuse is there. 5 still standing. Oh! Oh! Hit him with it. I'm scared of this Fnatic though, because it doesn't feel like there's pressure on him, right? This doesn't feel like a tense Fnatic. They've come in calm, having fun. Same to be said on the other side, but at some point that strain of potentially being 2 maps down will start to hit here. Again, Kayak. I feel like I'm almost underselling Kayak at times because he's hit the ground running. I know he was this big tier 2 prospect coming up. He was the one to try and catch, right? The one to get in the roster. But unbelievable.
Let's just remind ourselves, first international showing. Already. And yeah, already looking at top 3. But aside from that, having such a strong performance individually. And like I said, any player would be happy to step into any iteration of Fnatic rosters over the years, but again, to come in and be, I guess, the headline in a number of individual performances is just fantastic to see for him.
It is, and again, he's taken the role of once was the king of Icebox Durka, right?
Yeah, at times we've even said this thankless role. Again, Durka went through peaks and troughs, and yeah, went through along the years, but Kayak already showing here that he's up to the challenge. I mean, he has done regionally as well. So fantastic, so happy to see he's able to carry that through. Again, surrounded by a wealth of experience that really pays dividends for, call it a rookie.
Which feels wild, right?
I saw some pinks here. Is this just a straight up mid-split, potentially?
Got to try something.
Yeah, Alpha immediately putting the alarm out the window.
I'm a little scared of Alpha in this form, though, and I think most players would be. But for Juicy, he makes him look like mincemeat, clears him fast, right up the guts. There's now Fnatic split. Oh, it's a belting shot right there. A couple more of those, and maybe it's game back on. But how do they get this towards the site? It looked like they wanted that A, but now they've already adjusted, heading up towards B. Juicy trying to buy the time, only one more knife to put to the throat of Fnatic here. And Kayak trying to keep his attention turned. Crashes clears through. The plant now just going down Spring with a big valuable weapon here, caught up, picked up from the corpse of Alpha.
Rez
here.
fallen.
Rez goes to Boaster over Alpha.
I was going to say, Alpha and Crashes both actually have their ultimates as well.
Interesting choice.
See how now if they can recover that, maybe prioritizing.
Look at this position from Sufat, baby. Look at this. Could be absolute money. Wall goes up. Oh, the clap! More than money, worth its weight in gold. But Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2, someone swinging. Okay, he's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated, still on the... Oh! It's unthinkable from Kayak! The new kid on the block! Ripping him apart!
His ears must have been burning. The Red Bull clutch from Kayak. I'll say it again. The first international showing. Just outrageous.
Enemy remaining.
You thought that was going to be the highlight of the round. And then this man does this. Bloody hell, that shot. Oh. That is tasty.
10-2 now. Top of the board for Fnatic.
He wants more. Confidence brimming. Handled on the first though, denied freedom. Quick heal, and he's unrelenting. He wanted to stick around.
Wolves unable to pin him down. Start. Again, don't shy away from the fight. Same could be said for Kayak. Healed up now and a second chance. Second bite. Actually comes through. What? He's found another one.
How's he got 2 out of that? Sheer control from Kayak. Gets them the man advantage early, and there's a fast flank on the way. You may have thought you won out the side, but now you're surrounded.
And actually, yeah, the plant coming through. Unorthodox position, but Hunter's Fury always crashes looking for something. Juicy didn't get hit there.
I thought that was on. Had a couple of these ults today. Second time of asking, but look at the positioning from Alpha and Boaster. They've got him pinned on the site, and that's the problem. Now they've got to evacuate. Where do they decide to go? Well, there's no good way to go here. Spring trying to find a corner to play from.
It's got a little bit of safety, but it's not safety.
No, it's a 1v4. Oh, and he's been iced out. And there's a flying Kron. Fnatic just being filthy about it. This is Fnatic looking in finals form. And that is a terrifying prospect to any team.
I was about to say, just here on the back of the clutch, I can see Kayak posted up on this wall, and I was thinking, there's no way. There's no way Dry's just swinging on there. But then there's 4 members of Wolves facing the opposite direction.
Thinking, he's not going to swing that.
Yeah, nobody's going to swing through this.
Now. 6-1.
Yeah, the timeline now 4 successful defuses for Fnatic. Wolves once again asking for a recovery here. 5-round deficit, more manageable than where we've seen them before, sorry.
Yeah. The scary thing is, in my mind, I think a lot of us love the idea of the underdog, right? It's hard to not love what Wolves have done, but it does feel like somehow we've awakened the old gods. I mean, Fnatic haven't looked this good. I mean, we cast them plenty of times. We've all watched them regionally. They ain't looked like this in a minute, but right now, they're looking scary, but Wolves trying to hold on here. Oh, that's nice. Juicy could have done with another. The Crash is quick to business, and the plant going to be stalled out.
Kayak dash will burn up, so be a little more, dare I say, passive in terms of these peaks. I saw potentially good timing on the wall breaking.
I'm already seeing Kron looking that way, though.
Yeah, I mean, eyes trained that direction.
Discipline now being shown from both sides. See if there's an overstep. But Fnatic's re-clear is very, very reserved. I guess the only risk they're taking is really Kron. And there it is, lovely. Oh, but the trade still. Great positioning from Kron to get that back. I thought that was a fair fight. And Sufat Baby is now locked on that site.
Safe plant, he's not really got many options. Even ahead of the wall as well. Chronicle looking to just stand his ground, take this engagement. An awkward exchange back and forth, but Boaster's there waiting.
Toxin screen down.
The thing that scares me, Mike, this is the attacking side where Wolves have been strong. They've been good at these, but Fnatic looking that step better. There's not much more to say about it for Wolves. They might have met their match here. At one step above, these big games, that pressure can get to the best of them. But for now, it's 7-1, Fnatic feeling none of that.
Game plan looking undeterred here. I mean, even just, yeah. Some of these replays are brutal to see. But yeah, unfortunately, Wolves, you're almost hoping now that they have another option, a way to kind of lean away from, I don't want to say these dry hits, but kind of run up, find, you know, the free plant on the back of Wingman, because necessarily working for, I mean, they're getting to the post plant. We already saw the timeline. It's diffusers coming through for Fnatic, but they're so well drilled. Rarely catch them off guard with those sorts of setups. Hunter's Fury available here for Wolves. One rifle in the hands of Spring.
Look at that mid presence already, though. I mean, it feels like Fnatic have identified that there's been those nice mid lurks coming out from Wolves that haven't really got them around, but you can see the pressure it's put on a couple of times. But as it stands, once again, you got Kayak posted on that deep line on A. He's not feeling any pressure. Speaking of pressure, couple of issues now.
That's all the util still able to be activated.
Oh man, this is tough to win, as you can see them really feeling under the gun here. Boaster already taken away YU. The plant is in place, but Kron creeping closer. He knows he's got one locked towards side. It's so simple for him. Step by step, they want to clear house. See if that BB, Spring, and Lysor desperate for a round. Oh, it's so simple. Fnatic, it's not meant to look this easy. It's really not. And all of that reckless optimism just gets shattered here. Round by round, Fnatic keep getting stronger.
And hoping, I mean, we had another early timeout called here in the first half. So yeah, just popped up on the screen yet. Need to come up with a solution here, because you don't just get a free plant and a free post plant versus a team like Fnatic. We're already seeing how well drilled. They can just they can sit back, just wait for everything. Again here, the purchase wasn't there. Slight fumble maybe on the shock dart, so.
It just feels like those nerves are coming up, right? That kind of heavy feeling. Now we know that Wolves can bring back games like this. How many times have we seen it? But I think it's the way we're starting to see these rounds go down, right? It's the...
Well, the issue being that actually Fnatic's the sort of team that you kind of get one of those maps against them. You don't get to repeat that over and over again. So I think, and also Fnatic, one of those teams that once they're ahead, they are a team of momentum, right?
Yes, they are.
Yes, we could talk about some choky history when they're playing from behind, but again, there's also points in their history where they've looked best they're playing from behind. So unfortunately, it's one of those teams that some days when they're in form, and they have been here in Toronto, it's tough to really find a weak aspect to the game plan, their mental, and all these other factors.
Kind of crunch time in my mind for Wolves now.
Right there.
I mean, the crowd have willed these guys on. The sixth man behind them at times, but waiting for something to cheer for. It has been the Fnatic show so far. Right, forced off the first angle though. Spring potentially in a good spot here.
Read is good from Fnatic coming out of the timeout though. Look at Boaster's position. They're ready to spring the trap behind this. Deal with the turret nice and early. It's actually going to draw. Look at Spring. He's walked straight through the orb.
Oh, it is audacious from him. But, oh, you don't get a freebie often on Alpha. And this is what I mean, these small moments that are slipping aside for Wolves. And Juicy's still there. There we go, finding some power on the site. An opportunity made and maybe denied by Alpha, who should have been dead, keep in mind. Should have been brought down earlier. But Boaster in the backline is going to keep them locked on the site as best he can. A gift given as YU takes him down. Okay, game back on potentially here. A needed timeout to correct the sinking ship. Oh God, Alpha.
Player standing.
A 1v2. Have you just shown them a chance of what could have been to merely take it away? No, Lysor there, and there is what they needed. A sign of life, Mike. They needed something. If that's enough to get them going, so be it, but they've got to close out the rest of this half.
Yeah, this is around that actually Fnatic teed up to really take control of. Again, I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at the minimap, but Boaster almost showing his hand a little too early here. YU able to then isolate him. You're hoping really that Crashies and Alpha can be the ones to bear the brunt of pressure, then put Boaster into a position to spring the trap. Second on the board for Wolves. Still got a Hunter's Fury. One away from the knives for Juicy. For Fnatic, the Res and the Pit available. Even there, Chronicle as well getting isolated just ahead of potentially finding a trade and getting somebody back on their feet. Alpha spotted. Again, could be a key indicator here that actually he is spotted over towards A, but now Fnatic have a finger on the pulse.
They're surrounding him again. Look at this, Kayak.
Ooh.
I mean, Spring's still alive, but it feels like a matter of how long. He's still taking down Kayak. Spring, a really nice try towards middle, and in the meantime, you're looking at Wolves taking over the site. Labor spray's not good enough. Plop. is in. Just about gets the plant down times on their side. See that BB does have his ult, but they're dwindling in numbers. Lysol desperate to hold on. He's been doing serious work. But the site now under pressure, under scrutiny. Boaster stepping on through, finds Lysol, leaving just one alive. See that BB, the man at the forefront of this roster. And this time he's brought to his knees. Fnatic handling it, Mike. I think this might be a bit of a swan song now for them.
9th on the board. Again, a recurring nightmare scoreline potentially for Wolves. I mean, Spring does so well here to even just find the first, but like I said, Fnatic have a perfect read coming out of the timeout. They repeat the same thing here in terms of getting bodies on the flank and addressing that back line. Play from Boaster as well with the pit. Great investment here. And as round 12 purchases goes, that's not the prettiest you'll ever see.
Gotta find something. Clutching at straws now, Wolves. You gotta dig deep here. Juicy wanting to be the man forward. Maybe set into motion.
You should run.
The lockdown. Preemptive in approach, but fine. Should facilitate the play-in, but Boaster wants to disrespect it! And it's brilliantly done. Oh, he couldn't make it out in time, but still good damage. And here comes the flood. That baby's got to call that out. Hello, hello, hesitation. Maybe causing desolation at this point. Crashes now, picks up the mantle, and see if that baby surrounded, trying to get Juicy back into play. Nice work in synergy. And now a fight in two fronts. He knows there's still players around, sends in the dark, still alive. How is he alive?
One
down so low, but Juicy's doing the work on the side. See if that baby's just playing the time. Oh, he does the dance so well, giving them a little bit of hope, Mike. But it's slim margins again here with only 3 rounds to their name.
Curse on the cards. 9-3, a slight improvement short. Wolves still looking to try and find a recovery once more in the second half.
Enemy.
No more.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Well, things are not looking good for the Wolves right now, but you remember what happened last time when the Wolfpack got together. Let me hear you howl at a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And if you are a Fnatic fan, I want to hear a stupefy on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Wolves, one more time. 1, 2, 3. And it stupefies on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more time for the whole crowd, for the co-streamers in the booth. Let me hear you make some noise. Give it up here for Masters Toronto!
Fans being silly, you love to see it. Coinbase Econ report here. You got to look at Kayak, Mike. Look at those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, these are some fairly rough reports coming out in the series, particularly for Wolves. But yeah, Kayak standing ahead of the pack, able to maintain a stranglehold of the finances. And that operator alive and kicking. Actually, dude, that's one of the best signs I've seen today,
yeah,
actually.
I actually really like that. People are far too talented.
What was the other one we saw the other day? It was, what the hell is a Wolverhampton doing in Toronto? That's another good one.
Yeah. People are far too talented for my likings.
Way more than us.
Yes. No, I can barely speak. As noted by the
That's us.
welcome back, true. Waiting for Wolves to turn up. Because we're hoping for it, right? You wanted to see the Wolves that was scary throughout this tournament, that have won hearts and minds. Right now, under all those lights and all that pressure, Fnatic have come out and looked fantastic. 9-3 in the second map here of Icebox. Now Fnatic's turn on the attack for Wolves. No strangers to walking back scorelines like this, but a brand new environment to do it in, and already Alpha's drawn first blood.
See if that BB calls ahead of the plant coming through. Actually,
nice.
Spring on the reaggress. Beautiful kill, but Crashies finds a response. Lysor also finding one. Spring doubles down.
I like it. They're trying to get into this one, but Alpha not allowing fun to happen. A 2v2 is where it rests. Spike feels so far out of hand here, but still Lysor will be forced off a touch by that util, allowing Boaster to pick that spike back up. Now maybe a pause for thought here, a moment for Alpha to try and work.
So whose shot was that? Was that Alpha's?
It felt like it was, but the feet shown. And this is tense by all occasions. A fabulous shot from Juicy, leaving just Alpha, but this guy has been a menace. Oh! A lifeline from Lysor. Necessary now for Wolves. They've got to keep going.
We said in the first map, in these sorts of scorelines, they can repeat the same success, find a bonus conversion on top here, because we're not just talking pistol round 2.
30 seconds
to establish
left. One ending.
The foundation of that snowball very early on. A beautiful start once more. Alpha denied the clutch. See if Wolves can build upon this now.
To this one, we do see the Outlaw with Alpha. Heard the earlier one from Juicy over on that B side of the map. So I don't know how much play Alpha's going to get into this. Let's see, YU, got to be careful here. Plenty of threats. They're trying to play Alpha in.
Yeah.
Taking those steps up now. That's, I don't want to say a free site, but it's an open site at least.
Scanning ahead. Good invest in full belt of util for Chronicle as well. Crashies eating up the damage.
Lucky boy. Still breathing, barely, but he is standing. Oh, get out of here, Kayak. What is that as well? Crashies finding another Lysor now has to kick it up a gear. The savior from the first now called upon in the second. It was never meant to be this close. And there's still Alpha in the backlines. They're dwindling in numbers, right? Wolves trying to bring this back here. Spring trying to be imposing, but it's down to Kayak in the 1v1. Up against
Just
Spring.
got to say, yeah, safe defuse point as well.
This is nice. Kayak trying to close the gap, but
He got off it.
hesitation, and maybe a mistake. Kayak, are you really going to break their hearts right now? 3 bullets! Kayak! The heartbreaker! Devastating Wolves, when Fnatic had nothing.
A second clutch from Kayak. Coming alive here on Icebox. But just in general, I mean, Crashies, the walking dead here on the site. Able to stick the plant, reset, gets a little bit of a heal, but then finds another kill. Kayak's reposition to deny the safe defuse.
I mean, we're talking about, if you're looking at rookies who've ever performed like that, it's a very short conversation at international level. Oh my God, charging down Alpha like that. Not a good idea. Simple stuff for the man. Handled well though, and down to a 3v3.
Could be a way back into this with Lysor up close and personal already. I mean, you don't want Crashies facing this ultimately, but finds a headshot. A second to find though.
Ooh, it's right on a knife's edge here. YU could be unlocking the opportunity.
A pedigree from Crashies, baiting out the first, connecting with a headshot. It's just a classic left. Now to see you, Fat BB.
And that timer Just singing the song of Fnatic here, that spike. Forcing him forward. There is not many opportunities, and Crashy's basically in the checkmate, even if it got tense, even if he took down 2, there was always Crashies. And Wolves trying, you can't say they're not.
Enemies close.
But Fnatic now very close to closing out this second.
Wolves will have a chance to buy back in here to round 16. Heartbreaking to see a second round flip to give Fnatic just an opportunity to seal the deal.
You are in our way.
On Icebox. Again, not a formality just yet.
He stands. Oh dear, is the curse true? Let's see. To do it into a round like this as well. Oh, a buy-in play for Wolves. The best opportunity to build any way back into this game. And that, well, what the hell is that?
Wow.
Oh!
Again, you can see, yeah.
Spike.
Got gas left in the tank, but when Kayak's finding kills like this, shutting down that proactivity, Juicy trying to pave the way to take control.
You should run.
Round 16 now, the lockdown comes through from Alpha. Roll out the red carpet for Fnatic here onto A site. Stacked up flank here though, Boaster. Got to be careful these sight lines. The turret's here.
Nice timing,
Yeah,
Crashies.
to give information across.
It's, yeah, now that's an instant call to arms, right? Crashies finding YU, really well done. Boaster should be there with him. You're now going to have Kayak coming back across. Wolves looking to try and split them, but they've stood tall together. And Spring and Sufat BB having no play into this. Oh, it's looking all too easy for Fnatic now. Wolves crumbling under this pressure, Mike. 12-4. Where have they gone?
Now facing map point on a broken buy. This is just ridiculous from Kayak. Again, you can't fault Juicy for committing to this. It feels teed up. I mean, we obviously know there's a few more bodies behind this, but just so rough to see those sort of things not converted. Guardians across the board now for Wolves. A pit and play, but again, the way these halves have panned out, not necessarily the sort of ultimate that's going to really swing the odds in their favour.
Poison's off.
There we go, fast rotation. Wolves want to try and get ahead of this potentially. Maybe find a favourable engagement, but it's going to come through. The wall goes up. Find the plant, Chronicle over the top, will find Juicy once more.
Yeah, and Alpha just finding ease in middle as well. These shots look too simple for him. Man advantage now to Fnatic, as Wolves are a little on the ropes here. Boaster trying to buy the time, stall them out a little. The Viper's Pit trying to facilitate the cross through, maybe apply a little bit of pressure, but look who's waiting. Looking like the rookie could have ended it, but no. Spring gonna fight forward, fantastic from Spring.
Hunter's Fury available.
You can hear it rattling off in the distance. Alpha still standing guard on the site itself. Does fall in the end. Now Crashy's called into this. You can hear the time ticking. Sufat BB can do nothing but stand back and watch. Map 2 is Fnatic's at 13-4. The Wolves crumble under the pressure. And now Lotus becomes the conversation. Is there anything left in the tank for the Wolves now?
Fnatic taking firm control this series. Wolves, they said, broken, battered and bruised. Can they recover once more? Last chance to do so.
Alright, Jake, pick a song. Dum, dum, da, da, dum, dun, da, 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 dum. I know what song. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Let me show you how the folks does it. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I can feel it in your body. You got secrets I wanna keep. You can give them more to me. You can give them more to me. Demons. Demons. Weird ones.
Started the final grand finals weekend, and we decided to cook some stuff up. I'm joined here by Leanne and also Aiden. Leanne, where are you coming from?
Montreal.
Oh, ça va bien? C'est pas français?
Oui, un petit peu.
Oh, nice. And you are coming from, sorry?
Rochester, New York.
Rochester, New York. Did you drive or fly?
We drove.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for making all this time to come out. And as I'm touching your shoulder, I'm realizing that you're off balance a bit. Do you know what's going on here?
I have some things attached to my feet currently.
How about you?
Then we're gonna pump it up.
Oh, that's the great hip. What we have here is a balloon on top of each other's heads. So, Leanne, you are representing here Fnatic, and you are representing the Wolves. So what we're gonna try to do here is have a pop-off segment, right? You need Wolves to pop off right now. You need this balloon to pop. So we have these apparatus here. So we have the pumps that we talked about. And now we're gonna have our staff put the tubes to your head. And you wanna pump as fast as possible and have your balloon pop. We've already seen Kayak pop here in the 2 maps so far, and now we need Wolves to try to make a comeback. Can Spring do it? Can Lysor do it? And speaking of springs, we're gonna start springing our pumps here. Are you both ready?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Leanne?
I think so.
All right, so if you're ready on your marks, we're gonna go on 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Toronto, give it up here! Do we have the Wolves? We have Fnatic. The Cardew's in. The feats are out. Oh, and we do have the Wolves after all. A small disqualification here for Fnatic.
And Fnatic are 2-0 in this one, and I gotta say, that halftime game, I've never seen anything like that in my life. That was awesome there. But let's take a look real fast at the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because this goes to Kayak yet again. I mean, this kid is just unbelievable. This play was ice cold.
This is unreal. I think this is the second best play of the tournament, right behind that Kiko ace. How does he get this final kill?
It's just incredible out of Kayak, but this run is also indicative of this game as a whole. It was all about the retakes for Fnatic. 8 out of the 9 rounds they win in the first half come to these retakes. They're so good at shutting down players who are playing up, getting that Sage wall down, and fighting forward as the defuse comes through. It was a fantastic icebox from Fnatic.
I think that they were very quick on their reacts, and probably one of the reasons why those retakes were so good. I love the synergy that we've seen from players that I did not expect, like Chronicle and Kayak. Kayak going for the kill, but Chronicle being ready with the heal, even if it's that. And if we look at the performance that Kayak is having, that we say it's amazing, it's been a resemblance of what we had in playoffs in EMEA. So if for tomorrow we're going to get this Kayak, maybe we get another 3-0 for Fnatic in the grand final.
He actually could be he could be a late run for MVP if he pops off in that game too, if indeed Fnatic can get themselves there.
Oh yeah.
And remember, rookie player stepping into the shoes of Durka was incredible in stage 1, showing that here as well. Those are the stats that we're talking about with them winning into these retakes. Wolves got the spike down all but 1 round, only closed it out 3 times.
Yeah, it's an absolute heartbreaker for them there, but it goes to show Kukuka just how studied, how prepared this Fnatic team is in these situations.
I think that the most scary thing is that at the beginning of the tournament, of course, they came in with a lot of preparation, because out of the EMEA teams is the one that had the most,
and
but things were not working. They were making a lot of silly mistakes. Now we found a Fnatic whose plans are working.
Which is scary for everyone else involved in this, especially the Wolves right now, Josh, because they're facing the bottom of the barrel. This could very well be it for them if they're not careful.
I felt pretty decent about Wolves in that first map because they were able to get back into things, thought it was nerves to knock them down early 8-1. This map was 8-1 again, though. That is rough.
There's something about Miracle Runs ending in 3rd place. You look back to Zeta Division at Reykjavik, the first EDG run. It's happened to a lot of other miraculous teams, but going into Lotus, a good map for both teams. Wolves having to stake their run on this one.
The thing is, though, Fnatic, this is just home territory. They're incredible here. And you've got to look back at the history of this squad and think that Fnatic are going to be able to get across the line here and deliver their 4th global grand final. They're within touching distance, and it's almost home ground here on Lotus.
But what do the Wolves do to come back into this one? Because it seems like everything is lining up for Fnatic as it currently stands right now, Mimi. This is scary territory for the CN team to be in.
I think they just have to, honestly, it's going to sound simple, but they have to focus on themselves. You have to let go of this lower final, how the game has gone thus far. Play to your own strengths. Slow the game down on your attacking side. Let Spring get involved in those lurks. And just remember the fundamentals. There are so many hero plays that Fnatic have pulled out in this series thus far. They need to be very on point with how they're trading, how they're scaling together, and just work it round by round.
With Fnatic starting on the attack, they need to stop Kayak from snowballing the performance that he's having. It's not only finding the comfort and the synergy, they need to at least play into the Fnatic game of getting 1 pick down and walking back. Leave them the space. Try to play for the retakes the same way that the Fnatic has been doing with you.
I'd like to see them too, once Wolves are on their attack side getting into these kind of positions. You got to disrupt the Fnatic retake. We just watched a map where Fnatic were able to do whatever they wanted on those retakes. And I think Wolves have got to come up with game plans before they even get the spike down to try to disrupt that idea.
Yeah, and Lotus has been such a good map for Fnatic in history. It's not a good idea if you're another team to pick this onto them. We've seen a lot of the Odin and what it can do. To me, it's also very scary, the form that Crashes is finding in this tournament.
I want to see a Wolves that's also willing on their attack side to go for early fights for A lobby control. Fnatic as a team very often is only having Boaster or maybe one other player play that space. And when they contain that space, it's only ever Boaster standing there. And he's very willing to fall fall back. So if Wolves are going for a re-clear place, they can get a lot of space there. It's going to help out their macro a ton on attack.
Can't help but think about what Coach Fade said in that interview. They got to stop giving Fnatic that respect. But the problem is, Josh, is that Fnatic takes that respect away from you, and they don't care what you want because it seems like they are in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they've also got 3 players absolutely on fire and a star-studded roster. So the pressure absolutely is going to be on Wolves. Think back to yesterday and how much Fnatic on their attack side were ending B and see whether they've adjusted that. Wolves have got a lot on their plate here.
Indeed they do. All right, Toronto, can the Wolves bounce back and send this one to a map 4? Let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Pansy and Hypoc yet again.
Pansy and Hypoc.
It's not the best combination to names, GB, but we'll move on swiftly because this might be a bit of a swift game. We are already seeing this teeing up for Fnatic to close this out early.
Yeah, and I think Sideshow's hit the nail on the head here. This is almost feeling like home territory. I was talking about this veto being almost front-loaded for Fnatic, and I think we've already got 2 of those conditions fulfilled. Tall order here for Wolves to bounce back and channel
Toxins going up.
into that recovery factor, become bloodthirsty once more.
Because I need to see that killer instinct, Mike. I need to see Wolves kind of reminding themselves they're the team that took down the likes of Gen G, that made everyone pay attention. Dangerous together. Because right now, Fnatic looks singular in approach. They're looking at that next game. They're not even looking at you right now. That grand final now getting closer in the mind, but one more map stands between them and it. It could be here. Certainly a solid map for them. And they're making Wolves do the walk around this map.
Unable to deal with this utility behind the orb on C, though. I think on the back of that, Wolves commit a second player. Actually, with Spike positioned over towards Rumble, both have got to be careful. There are still 3 members of Wolves ready to pounce on this contact.
Ah, but it's not clean on the first. And Chronicle
30 seconds left.
just swiftly clearing up 2. And now it's the dash to the site, isn't it? Super BB trying to keep his head down, trying to maintain his calm, but already going to be found by the Prowler, caught by the Seas. The pain shout finds it, or it's Chronicle. Oh God, Cron's on for an absolute tear. 10 seconds for the plants down, and Crashy's just keeping them at bay. Nice fight back. Still maybe some hope in them yet, but Alpha! Just the full stop to that sentence, and the first gained by Fnatic.
Running through the protocols.
Oh, it smiles. It's just, it doesn't feel as heavy now, does it?
Yeah, and it's rough as well. You're almost hoping that Wolves defy the odds here on the defensive side. You would have loved to be in a position where
Good job.
they could attack and
Nice
potentially put themselves in a position to dictate the tempo. Again, another thing touched on by the Deaths, they really need to disrupt this freedom that Fnatic have had. Necessarily score lines, but in terms of the macro game, in terms of the information, Boaster, not the flashiest of players, but he thrives in the mid-round. The puppet master for Fnatic. A wide open C site for the taking here.
In reality, it's 3 weapons they want to be keeping, and Alpha let off the leash a little. Have fun. Have a wander. Do some damage, and he's already done that. Now he's going to be able to note the players. See how hungry they are. The scent of blood, sure, but to be able to close down that kill is something different. Alpha is buying time. All of this is precious seconds. Wolves would love to do some damage here, but he's positioned well. Does get handled. Brilliant. The next steps look near on impossible at this point.
Yeah, only an upgrade to a Sheriff. And at that point, Fnatic now feel as if they know the weaker side of this Boaster. Beautiful adjustment here to find Juicy. The position's going to mitigate any of that further risk from developing. Even actually a swap out here. Kayak happy to go forward, try and find some progress. Like sort of denying that. And the Death goes through an extra orb short. But rifles maintained here for Fnatic.
And I just need Wolves to now start firing back, right? These guys were gunners. They have been this whole way through. And a couple of kills to get yourself feeling comfortable could be key in this. They can't let that scoreline slip away from them again.
Never give me Marshall!
Doesn't like a Marshall.
No.
Noted.
Careful. Noted. It's the wrong type of scope for him. Speaking of scopes, Alpha on an early operator purchase. You see here, Boaster lining up. A little bit of damage conceded. That will certainly act as a deterrent, for Wolves. In terms of setting anything early outside A.
Yeah, Alpha on that operator. It's the exchange of space on this. Mound currently with the Wolf side. Rubble slowly being put back together by Fnatic. Steady stuff here.
Smoke going up. Could indicate, actually. Very early push in here. I mean, looking well invested. Juicy, though. Moves the tip of the spear. Kayak will fall.
A couple more of those could certainly help matters, and if Boaster gets a little bit unsteady with that spike in hand, it could have been dangerous. For now, though, they sit back. They're not overextending yet. Maybe fancying their odds here, but Boaster, vigilant. Oh, handled! That's a shot, that's two. Well, a little sketchy as well, picking that spike back up. 30 seconds, and Fnatic aren't finding that springboard forward. Looking for this in the bonus here for them. And that's a lovely flank. Dreamy stuff. Now Chronicle handle. There it is. Finally looking alive. I need a few more of those for me to be believing, but I'm willing to watch that.
So did they get the operator back in hand? I'm not sure exactly of where it fell.
He was down by the door, but
yeah, I guess, yeah, couldn't get over there quick enough.
One enemy remaining.
Now Fnatic will come back in. It's only really Alpha and Boaster to struggle. Piece together a full purchase and light shields across the board. Lysor now. Boaster's Odin. Try and make use of it here. I think initially, yeah, that's going to act as...
Bring them down.
Sketchy for Spring on that one. Needs to be careful. They do have that rubble side of the map, so they're safe in that regard. You're going to be looking at Quan trying to handle maybe that push-up eventually as well. Juicy's Curiosity peeking. Not alone either. Lysor not too far away, but Quan's normally the backbone, right? The spine of this squad. But Spring's done well to find Alpha. Very diligent on that jump peak, but in the meantime, you can see the battle kind of breaking out throughout the map. Individual moments now. The timing! Good for one, but couldn't get the follow-up.
And they know the Odin's close as well.
That's huge from Lysor. That controls half of this map. Now down on Kayak and Boaster. New young gun. That Fnatic side. Still with an opportunity to make some play happen here.
Actually getting towards one of the rifles here. Boaster going to come back through.
Nice.
30 seconds left.
Isolated Boaster. Got to find this kill, and he does.
But look, Boaster and his post plants on this side of the map has been good, but Mound's been taken over.
So we've got Paranoia to work with, and with both CuFat, BB and Lysor stacked up, could make this work. Smokes himself off.
Showing me something here, Boaster. He's given himself a 1v1 here. But the angle, just a little too deep. CuFat, BB showing him how it's done there. And these are so key. These are such key rounds for Wolves. So necessary as a reminder of who they are and how they got here. Confidence can slowly be rekindled. Pressure put back to Fnatic.
Tie things up 2-2 early on. And already Wolves showing the willingness to proceed forward, continue fighting. Pressuring the extremity here. Again, broken purchase, but will reset Fnatic. Kayak does have the showstopper. There's actually going to be some investment around this as well. And tempered, though.
Can I get a drop?
Protecting round 6. Ooh. A bit of a pace change, potentially.
Oh, yeah. Very pacey. Kayak just straight through. gives them access to that B site. Both there as well, kind of propping up the control. Still have Juicy's ult to bank on if they need it. But they have kayaks on the other side, so a little bit scary this round. Making mountains out of molehills,
yeah, I mean,
really.
These choke points are just so deadly to come up against a showstopper. Kayak can find the heavier side of the stack here, but the paranoia is huge.
But no one there to work off it. Slowed down, denied by the smoke. The paranoia was perfect, but no one there to try and gap close. Boaston tested again. They've got to find a way back in, Mike. They're running out of time. That's going to help matters, but it's going to surely be traded. It is. Juicy dives in, couldn't get it. And now Fnatic making a stand. Oh, it's been cleared up. Wolves scrapping their way back in.
That's Juicy thrown in as the bait. Lamb to the slaughter. Actually, the trades come through fast enough. The Fnatic almost swept back off the B site.
Oh, that is...
Didn't quite catch that one going down, but... So Alpha looking a little frustrated with the outcome here.
One enemy remaining.
That was a very early timeout here for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Very early.
Not necessarily any fumbles just yet. It's Wolves showing grit and determination once more. Finding themselves, I mean, first time actually in the series, around to the good.
How mad is that to say? This is the first time they've been up in rounds. And again, also in this moment, it takes the wind a little out of the Wolves' sails, right? Slow it down a bit. Don't let that momentum build too massively. Keep them calm. The 3 back-to-back is everything. First time doing this sort of damage. Isor's been great. Juicy as well, looking sharper now. Starting to lock in a bit here. Ult's not too far away. YU close by with his. On the other side, the cycle's starting to hit as well for Fnatic. Like Milan was mostly leading that conversation. Let's look at what the adjustments are now coming out from Fnatic. As said, this would be deemed as home territory for them. They can find some comfort on it.
Home territory, but uncharted in terms of the only real anomaly being that week 5 loss to Heretics domestically. It's been the one blip in terms of Lotus for Fnatic. Oh, that's forwards early paranoia. Fnatic going to be able to negate a lot of that. A ton of utility drawn out. Wolves' arsenal. YU with the operator.
Oh, this is sketchy.
Fnatic on the way back in here.
Super sketchy. With bated breath, we wait, and now they strike. It's great from Juicy again. The third just out of its reach. One just gets around the corner in time. Looked like Spring wanted to really close down on that. But they haven't given up the rest of the map. C-Site still has its players, right? It still has YU here. That operator, I don't think noted yet.
No, they definitely don't know about this just yet. And you talk about 2-for-2 trade probably suiting the defenders in this regard, but...
Oh, it's gorgeous. Nasty little corner from Sufat BB to play from. He's got help here. He's not alone. Now that operator rattles off the shot. Crash is trying to work forward, disrespecting it. And now the cross is next on the cards. Forced away by the Prowler, support not there yet. YU on an island. He's got to be good for it. A gift given, a plant in play, denied. Hold on, Chronicle, goal. Oh, they're holding on. Wolves chomping down on this. Not willing to relent just yet.
And now 2 to the good. Big ultimate drawn out here in terms of the pit from Chronicle. It's just a snake bite from Spring that hands off to Crashies.
10 seconds left.
He's so tagged up. Set up beautiful here from Wolves. Cycling the operator across now. It's going to be Juicy taking the reins. Might even look to try and find something outside B. Fnatic got to find an answer to this rumble control. They've struggled to really stabilize some of these early rounds. A couple of Guardians here, so Purchase definitely packing a punch. And then you see the Odin and the Operator for Wolves.
Oh!
What? You don't see that very often.
No, you don't, but Alpha will take that every day of the week. Big weapon found, though. Lysaw's position could be devastating. Eyes drawn towards Spring. Lysaw on the swing! It's beautiful between the Wolves. Fighting together as a pack.
Look at Kron, though. He's trying to press it towards C here. Alpha able to get away.
Early.
Oh, he's got the kill!
It's huge! And not caught on the cross. Alpha dodging IRL for that one. Trying to make a sprint for it. But the obstacle course is in play.
Look at Chronicle, though. He's wrapped B. He's all the way behind this. Lockdown here for Alpha as well.
Devastating position. Kron could be on for this one. It's lovely on one. Even going to see the second here. He knows it now. Spring under the gun. Kron not going to outstay his welcome. He plays it well.
Alpha on the World Tour. All the way back over to A site. We'll find the plant now. Spring finds himself in a 1v2.
They made something of nothing here. To do this. It's incredibly hard. And Chronicle is playing this map very nicely. Next timing though.
Oh.
He's trying to clear deeper for Kron, but we can see where he... Oh! Spring! Lucky to be living. The turret stuck on the turret! Oh my god, hold on! But Kron's still here. The safest pair of hands, surely. And 5 HP ain't much to write home about. Oh, it's just stunning from Chronicle! MasterCard Thrifty and a master at work. He played them just to perfection.
In the timing on this decision to come back across, try and pressure onto C. That's a crucial kill that YU almost looks set up for. Just caught off guard by the Stinger up close.
Thrifty.
Beautifully done. And a response found here from Fnatic after 4 in succession.
My ult is ready.
4 ultimates now, you just heard it. Everyone but Juicy on the side of Wolves. Lockdown and a Nightfall for Fnatic. Oh! Ooh, ahead of that, Kayak.
Toxin screen down.
Caught off guard, seemingly. Well, that was a bit of a safety net for him, but...
It didn't feel like Wolves were actively playing this B site all that much, banking on the utility. Nice!
Big headshot.
Oh.
Big damage, but actually goes to find Spring. That's it, yeah, comes away from that. Looking healthier than it almost looked on the X-ray.
Alpha's lucky here, though.
Bomb buddy out.
Still standing on 10, but not an easy predicament to be in.
Despite not committed, so even down to 38 seconds on the clock, Fnatic looking for another pick. YU. Very deep position, though. It'll take a lot to dig him out. Just shouldering to the turret and the nano.
Oh, YU's in trouble, though. You see Kron on the other side, you can kind of chalk it up to that, right, on his own. All going to come down, clears through, there's nothing towards B, they now know. Good timing on the lockdown. Let's see if they've got everything to handle this for Fnatic. You can really see the Prowler coming in, that's going to connect as well. Time now, counter, lockdown on top. Plants in. I'm pretty sure one's going to be detained at bare minimum here. YU trying to do the damage on the way out. It's going to be Boaster being caught, but the lockdown in place still. This is dangerous.
That's
What do they have to deal with it? And knives out, baby! Fnatic clearing house! Sufat, BD, and Lightsaw just far away from this, so hard to be able to deny any part of it, but still holding on. Sufat Baby's position is rigged, but he still does it. Down to the 1. Crashies remaining. Nice moves here, though. And Crashies might be outdone. Oh, no. Crashies so calm. Keeps his cool. Oh! Sufat Baby! It's beautiful from him! The awful dodger getting the defuse!
So slippery. Crashy's unable to pin him down. And a miracle, you never see this sort of post-plant fall apart for Fnatic. 3 detained. I mean, Fnatic played the timing of the lockdown perfectly. You can almost see them toying with the idea of giving one person up to YU's, but Get another couple of seconds. And it could have gone either way.
Oh, yeah.
But the superstar for Wolves, once more, delivering a round victory, a crucial round victory to break the funds.
Okay, Wolves starting to heat up. Now, that is a sort of round that gives you confidence too, right? Adrenaline pumping, but they've got to stay cool under this kayak closing in now. He knows that Lysol was nearby. Spring, in the meantime, just got Crashies down. Lysol checks back in, and suddenly it all lines up here. From what was a drought of rounds in the first two, to Wolves looking deadly.
Alpha's found space to play into.
Calling my bot.
Again, Sheriff in hand. Probably doesn't feel too confident to dig any deeper. Spring's going to be the one to potentially feel this out. It's out on top now. Boaster left in the clutch. A 1v5 Arstov.
Imagine the dance he'd be doing after this one. Bloody hell, not going to be. Wolves. Mike, we actually might have a game here.
Step by step. Finding a response here on map 3 could be crucial. I've already seen a timeout from Fnatic. Certainly seen an adjustment, but the retakes looking very comfortable for Wolves. Able to weather the storm here on Lotus. Lysol sitting at 10 and 5. Still ultimates available here. Juicy, Showstopper, Spring with the pit. It's on the side of Fnatic. Maybe hoping to see Kayak and Chronicle find a little success to get theirs online. Round 10 now. There's not many chances left in this first half.
Now in a tempo change, it looks like we're about that 1 minute mark, 1:20, sorry, excuse me. And Fnatic looking like they want to head towards that C-site early here. Yeah, Paranoia's already gone in. So pace change on this one, flank on the way, Kayak in on the site. Still standing nearby with Spring, dealt with, deleted, Boaster. To make sure this is as secure as possible. Uh-oh, Kron. Oh my word, he's surrounded. He's revealed, he looks dead, and buried he is! Juicy.
Leaving nothing to chance.
Yep. They are pulling no punches now. Alpha waiting for the pressure to come back in here. Clean with it. Falls away, does his job.
Player standing.
Fnatic finding everything they need though. Crashies. 2 on the round for him. Lysol finds a response.
There it is. There it is. You don't get easy games against Fnatic, even if you are leading. Still threat throughout.
As well, G2 only team to prevent Fnatic from actually having the advantage in the first half of Lotus, so Wolves already tracking ahead of that. Potential here. Well, I mean, still potential to go a little further.
Standing.
Still 2-round advantage. Fnatic back on, I guess, a better purchase than we have seen in some of these rounds. Actually, Wolves outside. See sight here, Juicy. He's bested Kayak.
That is a beautiful shot from him. The fact that Alpha keeps his life is surprising as well, down on 10 HP. And then look at the space Spring wants to take. He's still walking up. Alpha sitting deeper, waiting! But Spring, so good. Punishing that and giving Wolves the man advantage.
3v4 now for Fnatic. Try and find success towards A. Lysol shut down. Chronicle finds the entry. Actually, one away from the pit here. They don't want to cycle across and maybe give him the plant. Could be huge here to try and convert.
There it is. Oh, no.
Yeah, I thought maybe.
Spiked it.
They want to get 2 players deep up into heaven here, maybe on the back of Crashy's ultimate.
It's going to be spotted out, though, by the Prowler. You're waiting for the next layers of utility to be committed towards this. You don't take this lightly. Chronicle trying to stand guard. Going to make it hard work for them to work through this. They might have to be forced away. You can't get through here.
It will definitely slow things down on the retake. elsewhere. Jump spot from Crashy, spot out YU, so all the information playing into Fnatic's hands. Crashy's found one, he's doubled down.
Oh, it's just lovely from Crashy. Slicing through Wolves, and I liked what Chronicle was doing as well, almost forcing them into that pathing.
Plenty of options here for Fnatic, like I said, on the back of Crashy's ultimate potentially. Wolves, these early wins, but Boaster always a threat in the mid-round if there's bodies still for Fnatic. Very consistent in turning the tides in their favor. Now just one round behind, and Wolves on an ugly purchase here in round 12.
I guess Lysol really is the one to watch, isn't he?
Juicy's here so early on, though.
That's true, and you're going to have the Viper spit on the other side of the map, so almost trying to encourage play elsewhere. Hard to disrespect it, but Juicy might be on the money. He is, and no one there to trade that. Now, obviously, they don't know it. They don't know how much freedom they had on it. Quick upgrade, yeah, lovely. Dream come true for Wolves, but can they reset?
The confirmation of a second play here with the Prowler, but Paranoia sent through. No amount to too much. Wolves, they would peel away, disengage. Showstopper and the TP here for Boaster. Lysol actually with a quick check of a TP of his own. Wolves look as if they're confident in the read here, and rightfully so.
Boombot gives Crashies the corner. That's enough. And now Alpha finding the next layer to this again. That purchase was going to be weak at the best of times, but Fnatic finding their way forward and finding their footing here. See if BB and Spring difficult to try and do anything with. It looks like this one is going to be tied up all even here. Alpha timing on the smoke drop there. Oh, this is dangerous, but it's fine. Bullets to the back to bring it back to 6 apiece. Fnatic not down and not out. Wolves showing signs of life.
For sure, yeah. Fnatic, again, not familiar to playing from behind on Lotus. Able to course correct here at the end and come out even pegging here.
Yeah, this is what we wanted though. A game between these two, a closer affair. See the best of both sides. Hopefully brought out throughout that second half coming up. But before we get there, we do have a treat with Van Silly standing by with TCK10. We're going to head over there right about now.
Toronto, it is my honor to say that Cloud9 finally has international presence at a Valorant event. I'm joined by none other than TCK, content creator for Cloud9. TCK, how's it going? An honor to have you here today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've been loving Toronto. I've been loving the city. I've been loving the food. I've eaten poutine 3 times already, and I love it. So yeah, it's really great to have all those beautiful audience here talking about Valorant and living it. Yeah.
I hate that you eat 3 poutines and it goes into your muscles, and me, it just goes into my gut. But I understand as well that, you know, you're a big-time streamer in Brazil. But for those that are tuning in here from Toronto and also from around the world, talk to us about your stream. What can we see when we actually watch your stream?
Okay, so crazy cosplays, maybe Viper cosplays, Reyna cosplays, and I've been also playing on Radiant. It's been a time now. Actually, I was the first guy who told Aspas to try Neon. You know, he was only playing Jet, so yeah. Time 1, Brazilian server, lot of time.
And now you're also co-streaming with Saucy so far in the booth. How's the chat been going? Who are they going for in this game?
We're going for Fnatic. I mean, it's really nice to see them playing. We were kind of cheering for Wolves because of Still Fat Baby. They are all really good energy. But we're cheering for Fnatic. I think they're winning. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Like, I would be a fan of Saucy, just seeing him play, and now being friends with him and talking everything about Valorant during co-stream. It's been really, really nice.
That's awesome. You just talked about Sufa Baby. He likes to show his muscles. Also, Boaster likes to show his muscles. So TCK, show me your muscles one more time as they're going to toss his back to the game.
That was just like you, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I really like that jersey, but I'm not sure. Carrying a little holiday weight.
And just checking in on the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, it's a much more even affair from the previous match.
Yeah, closely contested, obviously. No team really able to establish themselves other than that 4-round string along the way, but again, it was back and forth, it was trades, it was coming down to, you know, 1 or 2 players left standing, so financially, necessarily that snowball effect taking hold here. I guess looking forwards now, even affair, and yes, you're 2 maps down already, but sort of at the half time, it's a much more comfortable position for Wolves to find themselves in. Not necessarily pinning all hopes and dreams to a pistol and further conversions. See really what they can do with that.
Where are you? Wolves now on that attacking side. Sometimes been their strength throughout this.
And just as well, on Lotus, Wolves have showed us the slowest formation of this default. Well, not Fnatic have really come away and I guess respect that enough to come up with some sort of game plan to address. Fnatic never usually wants to, I guess, push all in to the early round. We've already seen so far on Icebox and Split what they're capable of in the retake. It really is the cornerstone.
As it stands, though, one singular turret is holding the entirety of the C side, and it's doing a fantastic job. Fnatic have all the players in the right places.
I think probably seeing that poison orb invested. Juicy core!
Oh, the C's was so sick! And the follow-up as well, Kayak's there! It's a shutout! The only success being YU with a bit of util.
Last player
Oh
standing.
man, this has been a complete
down
and
A.
utter shutdown. Fnatic so prepared for this.
I saw it has slipped the net. You can see still eyes trained towards B main. 7 seconds on a smoke. He's caught a sound cue here from Boaster. Ooh. But again, look at the spike. Look what he has to do. He has to overcome to even regain possession of it.
10 seconds left.
I would like the orb, please. Yeah, it's going to be a glimmer of hope, but quickly extinguished. Fnatic start strong in this second now.
So looking like he's straight on a scope here. It's rough for Juicy. You see he's got the momentum here from the satchels, but tethered. Restricted in his movement.
This is everything.
I got my
Clean
one
up
kill.
though.
I'm happy. Almost.
From Fnatic, they're
make
maintaining
'em dance.
control of the spike. It's almost unrecoverable there, regardless of the outcome.
Can't let this tempo wane, really, though. If you're Wolves, you've got to keep up the pressure.
Oh,
God.
Juicy caught. Unconfirmed, but that's a 15 HP. Costly retrieval of the orb.
Turret down.
Again, slow and steady. We know how Wolves like to play this. Probably the most tempered of their attacking sides. Just the classics. Not even a sheriff to write home about. So to try and divide and conquer now would be impressive. But Alpha on duty, on guard.
I saw making himself extremely skinny.
Oh dear, well.
Why are you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha, please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please! Somebody stop him! No! Yeah, you're allowed to
Take
step
a
up for that
bow! Take a bow for that one. Oh, ridiculous scenes here on the anti-eco on C site.
The original Wonder Kid for a reason. Have a look at this one.
The stars align about now. And a nod of respect from the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah, what are you meant to do about that one? Apart from smile and wave, right? 6 to 8, it's timeout time, straight away. And that better be a damn good timeout too.
I mean, few situations where we see Wolves with both timeouts in the second half, actually feeling pretty confident about the game plan in the first, but Fade now just wants a check-in. A temperature check almost. Conceded the first two, so this buy round crucial for Wolves. And this could be the home stretch for Fnatic, so all things considered, gotta step up to the plate once more here.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Mike? You're right, that's the point, that this next round feels like it's kind of the one that either opens up opportunities for Wolves, and they can maybe build,
the door.
Or it closes the door. And the issue is they don't have other maps to play with now. There's no more other halves. There's no more building it back.
I hate to be ever the pessimist, but
well,
the home stretch of this veto as well, it's not necessarily like, right, guys, let's get through Lotus.
We can
breathe a sigh of relief. So lots to consider here. Fnatic now looking to turn up the heat a little bit. Alpha, great progress towards the lockdown as well. 100%. After a Cobra round. One of the flashiest Cobras we've seen in recent times. Feel like it was a decent connection on that.
Well, they've made it pretty far already. Unscathed, mostly. I think Spring taking a touch of damage, but that's barely it. I'm starting to feel that maybe they've crept a bit closer. Crashes wants to check. And they're ready to swing on this if they do get confirmation. Look how many players behind. Paranoia is ready. They've sprung the trap, but look at the info, it's perfect. But somehow, Juicy and Spring are the ones to come out on top there. I don't know how the hell that happens, but that is out of this world. Juicy just stepping up to the plate. Kron's still here. Spots out one, surely. That swing from the smoke, inevitable it is.
Decisive from Spring.
Beautiful. Alpha with 5 HP. I'm not a believer.
No?
No.
Alpha doesn't seem to be either.
Off he goes.
One away from the lockdown. Doesn't want to chance it.
Out.
Looking at the funds here. Kayak. 2,900, so a chance to potentially get an operator here if it lines up.
I still just don't know how it started off in favor to Wolves then, Mike, because it felt like Fnatic kind of felt that, okay, maybe they've progressed deep enough. We want to, get that haunt going. We want to, get the paranoia on that. I'd love to see that again, kind of from the side of Wolves almost in a way, to see how that kind of unfolded, and they somehow got away with it. Now again, Juicy then getting to sight, diffing down Kayak, fair play. It's just that start, because it felt like Fnatic had the right idea, so I really want to pay attention to this one again. Okay, just close enough by, and they just power forward, they speed up on it. Nice reaction, actually.
Yes. Almost flipping the script on this trap play. To try to set up. Even here might just seem like garbage time in terms of that kill there, but Spring not allowing any further threat to develop.
Yeah.
So Wolves find an early response, keep it within touching distance. And the purchase still there for Fnatic. 3 stacked up, and it's another entry found for Wolves. And a second double down once more.
Maybe the fairy tale isn't over yet. Chronicle, Boaster, and Alpha have a decision to make. How much of a stand do we want to take here? It's difficult to make work with the buy that they have, but yeah, no way. Juicy just running rings around Boaster in that one. Alpha closing in.
Oh, he's going for this.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's Boaster reining him back in.
Look, the Eco Cobra can work two ways. The confidence sky high, but then sometimes you do want to go for a 2v4. And it's sketchy with the money, right? We're right on the ropes for Fnatic. Keeping these two weapons would be fantastic for them. For now, slowly does it. The Wolves starting to find a bit of a rhythm. Scoreline looking likely to be even. Kron trying to punish maybe some of his exits. He's gone down.
Yeah, I think, in this situation, he's looking for the upgrade. from the Guardian. So the poison fruit lying ahead of him. Alf standing his ground. A little bit of damage conceded. Force a shield repurchase at the bare minimum.
8
You're
to
right,
8.
tied up.
Just that glimpse. Went up. Bloody hell.
I mean, Spring had given up on that spray.
Yeah.
Found it on the final bullet.
Let's go, boy. Well play, well play.
Okay.
Wolves. Feeling as if they've maybe found themselves a...
Yeah. A little something. To not be affected by the kind of Odin spam to still be able to scale up is quite impressive, honestly, because a lot of teams struggle with that.
But again, looking to try and explore these early engagements towards A site. Now Fnatic playing a little deeper. Almost actually with the placement of utility from Alpha, reading a pivot towards B this time around. Maybe a chance here to tuck 3 members into sight. Wolves not getting what they want this time around in terms of a free entry.
Yeah, a lot of bodies here. That's a little bit dangerous now. Juicy's trying to be toyed with, but he's so calm. Good control though from Alpha and Crashes on the spacing on the swing. Now it's down to Spring trying to pick up some of those pieces. Because they actually haven't got the weapon upgrades. I thought they might have time on that, but they don't. Spike is trailing its way around this map here.
Bosa's going to get ahead of this though. Why you going to relay that information and might even catch Crashies in spawn
Here's
here.
pinged though. Yeah, really heads up. Don't know what gave it away, but pinged out on the minimap.
Now they know with Spring's position, he was going to be the late round piece here. Chronicle's going to be the one gifted the rifle. Still,
Bring them down.
the threat of one member of Fnatic staying put here, but plant will come through. 10 seconds left, so just in time to establish themselves in a post.
Yeah, but that paranoia is scary. So, and you've been throwing Crashies as well with that Haunt, that Seize.
A second upgrade here. This is huge.
It certainly is. How'd you win this one? Spring with just that little bit of util left.
The Chronicle's very hit.
And now that's 2, maybe 3 positions given away though. They've got to know now where they're coming from. But does it make any difference here? Spring trying to be cool under pressure. Down on 1 HP, but he's lost to Fat Baby. This is down on Spring in a 1v3. Time is ticking. Oh, Spring! Wait.
Does he know?
Wait.
Does he know?
Wait. Oh, Booster! When Fnatic needed him, he plays it just right.
The penny drops here for Spring. But Boaster finds a response. Beautiful recovery here. I mean, Wolves did everything right, even with a few hiccups along the way. I mean, Spring lining up the 2 kills there. Just when you think.
Nice, boys.
Boaster.
That's the round we needed, boys. Nice.
Channeling that clutch factor.
And that unlocks the operator. He's got that ult ready again. Still there for Alpha. Crashy's only 1 away. Couple of key pieces. Kayak 1 off his ult as well. Deep line taken by Boaster. Kayak clearing through that B main position. Prowler comes in. Boaster backs away here.
For potentially a pinch here, and actually Showstopper popped really early. Potentially catch the front lines of Fnatic, but Spring somehow finds the back of Crashy's head.
Yeah, but Kayak isn't letting that go unanswered. Punishing Juicy on the other side. Spring's lurks, man. We've all heard about them, but seeing them in motion is just fantastic. Just carving out a path towards the A site, but do they want that? Now lurks on lurks. Fat BB could potentially be in a great position as the checkmate endgame. But there's still danger on this plant. Still threats until then. Spring's having a round. Chronicle and Boaster's options dwindle to near on 0 now.
Chronicle actually picking up the operator here, going to try and tuck away from it, but Boaster walks into Fat BB. Now the operator, a chance for him to be overwhelmed. He would have get away from the reveal, but you want to see Fat BB on the hunt. Shut down here, Chronicle. Find a consolation
Look at the Wolves hunting this one down, though. Pretty close by here.
Poison orb emitted.
Kron focused. Oh! They find him. Operator gone. Back will even now.
No. Oh, neither team, sorry. Going to find an opportunity to stabilize here in the second half. Exchange back and forth now will draw out a timeout from Fnatic. Decent position in terms of the ultimates here.
Let's go!
Even more so if potentially Chronicle can get his online. And looking towards potentially round 20 in terms of any game plan adjustment, but again, we're teetering on the edge here. Wolves once more taking the lead. And they're looking very flush. The pockets are full. Only got CU Fat BB and Spring's ultimate, but again, have a big buffer here.
And again, it's great to see. You know, we've been kind of talking about Spring's ability to find that great timing on the lurks and that pressure that he's able to bring. Haven't seen it being like the kind of focal point, but it's been something I've been waiting to see if it comes into effect. And here, it was just fantastic. It felt like Crash was completely unawares of that possibility, that he was going to be waiting around that side of the map. Again, first time we've really seen pressure towards that C side, that kind of, you know, opposite swing of the pendulum. So, but now Fnatic are going to have to suffer through this round, right? At most, you're going to get a sheriff, or probably not even that at this point. Why would you? Beyond that, though, yeah, those ults are there, but this could be 10 for Wolves. It should be 10 for Wolves.
Absolutely. The showstopper here, though, for Kayak. There's a couple of tools available that Fnatic can maybe find a 1-for-1. Weaken the numbers of the Wolves. Speaking of weaken the numbers, Spring trimming the fat outside A. And already showstopper off the table here.
Yeah, that was that kind of like X factor that maybe could have come in. Now they're not going to catch, so they may not be aware that there's more bodies behind this. There's still 2 other players here, but the C is going to contain. And YU going to catch Alpha on the push-up. This is really well done. Again, it is only against those pistols. Oh, lucky boy. I mean, he had to go. Yeah. The luck ran out.
Pick your poison.
Now, this is good stuff, though, from Wolves.
Again, keep 5 alive, so bolstering the finances here in the home stretch of Lotus. Chronicle catches a glimpse of Lysor. Again, no real chance for him to try and find progress towards the pit. Just a classic in hand. See a little grin on the face from Chronicle. He knows the inevitable is coming. YU, the one to find it. Flawless round victory here for Wolves. Edging closer and closer to keeping this series alive.
But this was the round the timeout was for. This is the round with ults. This is the round with the buy. But it would just bring Fnatic back to, you know, even footing.
It's kind of got to be clean here from Fnatic. Yeah. They want to really get a round in hand. Now with Wolves on double digits. Again, huge advantage in terms of this ult cycle, but look what's on the brink for Wolves as well. Plenty of opportunities for them, but Boaster finally shutting down Spring.
Yeah, almost calling up his own number, right? That was tailor-made to take him out of it. Don't like that look. Don't like what you're doing to us here. We're going to manhandle that in a moment's time. So now Wolves left with the 4. Don't have that backline pressure now. Freeze up these rotations too.
Fnatic now can almost adjust towards a top-heavy site execution here. Potentially the back of Alpha. Second guessing the TP, actually near-sighted here, but Kayak found a kill.
How the hell did Kayak get a kill there? I do not know. But cleared out in the end, crashes Sheep. Lysor? You got a 1v2 though. You got 50 seconds.
He's got the TP. A chance to peel away, but not taken. 2 left standing. As the Operator and the Odin maintained.
They got the full house now though of ults, Mike. They got everything.
Chronicle will have to, I mean, you almost want to see him play into something to maybe ride the pit. Yeah, beautiful isolation here. So one time Spring's left on his own, doesn't deal with the reveal, and was caught with his pants down here, ahead of getting anything in motion towards A. It's been really the focal point for this early round aggression, and Spring getting himself into, I mean, call it a lurk, but a very early on lurk.
Are they committed on this? Oh my god, whoa, look at Juicy! Flying through the air! No hesitation in mind, takes the space and takes the site. Spike now can trail up as well. TP gets taken, as opposed to trying to get a bit closer. Whoa. Spotted, Juicy now knows these two. Still controlling a lot of space on this site. You're looking at Spring again, a new look on the lurk here. Juicy plays it forward, still gonna find him. Kai trying to play it back through, does not get what he needs. And now Lysor in the back lines, keeping this one safe. This is perfect, and WOL's back in business.
A pace change completely catching Fnatic off guard. This is one where we said they had a huge advantage. TP burnt up, Showstopper invested, doesn't land for Kayak, who struggled here on Lotus to really find his footing. A couple of operator kills here and there, but another 2K from Lysor swings this back in WOL's favor. And around to the good now. A chance to find themselves map point on the brink here.
This half has been great though from WOL's, maybe identifying the amount of bodies behind that util just to isolate Spring. Instantly they pivoted towards that pacey C hit. Now though, we're seeing the buy broken. Bits and bobs, Sheriffs, Guardians, Stingers, Lysor on duty with Juicy. They do well to deal with the aggression from Kayak, want to be a difference maker. Not going to get it this round, and a lovely patient default from Wolves.
It's back to their trademark approach here in round 22. Boaster. Curious. Able to dip away though. Only a stinger in hand.
Poison's off.
Again, a kill, maybe two. Fnatic might decide to invest here, but again, don't expect Wolves to give these weapons away.
This is the right read though. If you're looking at Wolves, they found the weak point. Now he's going to be careful with the weaponry, I guess. There is a couple of threats, but clean with it. I don't think he saw Kron though. No, he didn't, so he's got to be careful now. Backs away, he's done his job here. Doesn't need to overextend or overstay. You can see what they want. They want to take that weapon away. But Lysor's done what he needed to. Denies any pushback through from that waterfall side.
Now, Fnatic, well, at least Boaster and Crash is left to try and pin their hopes on some exits. Don't expect Wolves now to relinquish any of this control. What goes up, does actually tag onto Boaster, I believe. Yeah, you can see here. Oh, you see. Able to find it on the first, but Crash does convert.
I mean, Juicy's one up from the ult now as well. You got a couple of key ones coming online for what could be the slam dunk round. Juicy's on the prowl. He wants this one. Boaster's just trying to keep his head tucked down.
You can see
nice.
Juicy laughing. The Wolves get themselves to 12. Fnatic now have to put up a final stand here on Lotus. You could argue still a slight advantage with these ultimates, but gaps in the utility, light shields here. Odin in the hands of Boaster.
They go in A though. Oh, that could be deadly. Okay.
Almost bait them back into maybe explore towards finding Spring.
Oh god, this is so risky. Boaster! Risk is rewarded. Finds one, but instantly traded to Wolves! Eating the goats alive! Chronicle and Alpha, the last two left to try and hold on to this map. But they want this bad, Wolves. They felt what it's like on the other side of things in those first two maps, but now, Alpha, you're gonna dig deep here for me. You show us what you got. No! Blown to pieces! Is Kron the last one standing? and Wolves not done yet!
13-10 here on Lotus. Wolves, once more, proof of life shown. Confidence on display here. Juicy had a fantastic performance here. Spring as well. We'll have to see if they can ride this train throughout the series.
I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You don't know me like that. You come around with all of that. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. Do the stacks like that. You know I get like that. You know I pull up like that. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm coming through the stacks like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane. I might be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane.
Wolves hold on in map 3, showing great tenacity there on a map that's been phenomenal for Fnatic overall. Now, I've got a telestrator that I want to break down one of the very early rounds, round 6, that really saw Wolves start to get a bit of momentum going and a demonstration of what they wanted to do. Now, both of these teams were looking to counterpunch. You can see here that it's
1 minute 33 in the round, still 10 seconds in, and nobody's really done anything yet. They're waiting for the other team to have a play to make. So, on a timing, Wolves are going to re-clear over towards Rubble. Fnatic are slow and cautious and end up getting pushed out of Rubble here. They don't want to take the fight. Big Seasonade there over towards Rubble as well. Now, as Fnatic get back into A on their attack side, there's a very common way they normally do this. They contact up behind Chronicle's Viper wall. So you get to take a look at it here. They get in behind the defender's setup with this smoke, and then as this wall goes up, it provides a bit of an opportunity for them to sneak onto unusual angles. What Fnatic are looking for here is that they're expecting there to be a player at this like back Rubble area and maybe a player over here towards Root who's going to be jump spotting. That is not what Wolves go for. Wolves instead, as you can see, are really pushed up. They're playing these aggressive angles on either side of the smoke, trying to catch the timing as Fnatic drop the wall. So as you can see here, Kayak, he's pushed up deep, hoping to find that pinch on the player. The paranoia flies way past these Wolves guys, and the crunch is in on the choke point. Yes, it's a 3v3 in the end, but crucially, Wolves keep control of Rubble. And as we accelerate this round a little bit further forwards, you can see that Wolves set up close to the choke points again on C. So here, you've got players tucked as a crossfire on either side and catch Alpha yet early on. They're not playing back, they're not allowing Fnatic into these post-plant scenarios where Fnatic will look just absolutely immaculate. They're trying to take the game in some of these rounds a little earlier, a little more aggressive, showcasing some really good understanding of the ways in which Fnatic want to work around the map. Fnatic have played this map so many times across years and years with very similar compositions. So you should be able to have some idea of how to beat them. But my God, actually executing on that is so difficult. So for further commentary on what happened in the rest of this game, I'm going to send things down to Golden Boy, Kakuka, and Mimi, who are standing by in the audience to give you a feel of what's happening.
Thank you so much for that, Josh. Yeah, we decided to hang out, be amongst the people. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it, love it. All right, let's go ahead. I know, this is amazing. Let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw in that game, folks, because look, it seems like the Wolves got a little bit of life left in them here, Mimi, and what we ended up getting was, well, we're going to map 4, and the Wolves, if anything, have developed maybe just a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, Josh is talking about how they managed to beat Fnatic in some of those rounds on their defense side, but I was really impressed with the attack as well. I think they exploited a gap Fnatic has sometimes, where the way that they're playing A is a lot of rounds they'll show some kind of early presence, but they're really only leaving Boaster there, and he's really willing to like TP back and give that space. And Spring, as a lurker in that second half, did such a great job of taking these timings, pushing into A, a lot of times getting that hit into Boaster, and if not, just getting that space without having to invest a ton of utility, because Fnatic is not heavy holding it, and that did so much for them to call around these attack sides and come back into this game.
Yeah, but it all started in the first half, as we are seeing right there, with some crazy clutches that Wolves will always give us. But as we can see here is about this second half, and I think that a part of the map that was very contested, this A side, from both of the attackers and defenders, throughout the entirety of the map, this was the biggest pain point for them. But as you're saying, Spring and the way that he was roaming around the map, the way that they were showing the presence, and also going up against a very well-measured defense that Fnatic was putting there. Also, identifying Kayak where he's with the operator, where he's going to or not going to be finding the effect.
You see the first kills there, 15-8 in favor of Fnatic. I think the majority of that is coming from Spring and Juicy on that attacking side. Spring's been great all series, but Juicy needed a bit of a step up here, and I think he really proved himself on the race, looked super strong here on Lotus, and that kind of confidence is what they need to go deeper in this lower final.
I think that more importantly in that graphic, we saw Wolves succeeding in those after plans, in those post plans, right? Something that we have not seen, because Fnatic have been very, very good at those retakes, and actually Fnatic being the ones faulting at that.
And they learned from their mistakes a little on Icebox. They were giving too much space to allow Fnatic to play those set retakes with the Sage. Here, Wolves, in more of those rounds, was fighting up being more willing to be a little bit aggressive and disrupt those retakes, which is something we were talking about heading into this game.
Yeah, you know, you gotta, truth be told, just walk up to them and bop them in the face. You can't give them the space to be able to do whatever they want to do, right? One of those individuals who's been absolutely fantastic in that regard has been Spring. This guy has truly been bringing it here, and this is exactly what the team needed to take them to map 4.
For the entirety of the day, but the multi-kills and the impact that he finds in most of the rounds, looking forward to the rest of the series, he is going to be one of the most important and crucial pieces for this Wolves roster to take us to a map number 5. It might be the 21st of June, but I can tell you Spring is not over yet.
Yeah, just past the summer equinox, doesn't matter for him, or the summer solstice rather.
Learned a lot about science today.
Still his season.
Right. Or seasons.
Yeah.
Whatever. Maybe just keep going.
It is science. It is.
It's all cyclical.
Look at these stats. So 300 ACS from your Viper player. No one else in the tournament is doing that but Spring and maybe Chronicle, who, by the way, is Valorant's winningest player of all time. This is Spring's first global, and he's performing the way he is.
Dude, and you can hear the crowd right now. Sufat Baby's playing to the audience here. You know, you also have a lot of the Fnatic fans doing the same exact thing. It is electric in this venue, but now this is where things get very, very dangerous. You're one stop away from forcing this map 5, Kukuka, and Wolves, they're right there on the precipice.
Exactly. If you are Wolves, you manage to secure this Lotus. And in my opinion, they have a better chance of getting Ascent than they had of getting Icebox. Yes, Fnatic has been showing that they're very strong on this map. This new look that they're showing with the Chamber, with the Vice, I like it. But on the side of Wolves, with the Deadlock, with the double Sentinel, they've looked so good.
I really like their double Sentinel on this map. We're talking about Fnatic being a team that loves playing post plants, and there's no comp that's more disruptive to that than when you're playing this Deadlock. You get set up, you have a wall, you have sensors, you have all of these tools to close out post plants on your attacking side. And earlier in the tournament, we've seen Fnatic struggle against Deadlock teams. When they played Genji on Sunset, for example, I think their timings on how they like to play their retake got really disrupted by that agent. So I'm looking for them to be a bit quicker in those retakes, be more willing to play Flood and not just always go into these set retakes they're known for.
They're gonna need more than just being quick, because we've been seeing the way that Lysor has been playing with the Deadlock, and it's not going to be easy once the spike is down. Oh, wrong video game.
He's got the right Vandal.
Yeah. I like the fit, I like it. But as I was saying and thinking of Ascent, one of the things that I'm also really enjoying about Wolves is that you might think that because of the performance that they've had this tournament, they might have peaked already. But what they showed right now on stage is they still have it. They are still hungry. They were not scared of those early engagements. And looking at Ascent, looking at them starting on the attack, that's exactly what they need. Do not be scared. Go for them.
And this is where the pressure starts to mount a little bit for Fnatic, dropping a map that has always been one of their absolute best. I look in the rest of this series to Kayak, who is outstanding maps 1 and 2, but I think really slowed down there on Lotus, had a bit of a rougher go of things. He's a rookie player, remember, only just won Ascension last year with Apex before taking this opportunity to join Fnatic. This is the biggest game of his career, no doubt, and he needs to step up and show us that form that brought them through maps number 1 and 2.
No, and also, too, this is really where you got to lean on the IGLs. You got to lean on someone like Boaster. Keep the focus for the team, right? Get them ready for this game. They know what's on the line here. They know that there's an opportunity for them to make it to another global final. They're only one step further from doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the pressure might be getting a little bit to them. As we said, we went into the third map with very concise wins from the side of Fnatic, even thinking that this could be over in a 3-0 fashion, and it would be so sad because of the show that Wolves have been giving us. We deserve more. They deserve more.
I couldn't agree more with that one. And of course, I'm sure all these people in Toronto deserve more. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it. You know these players want to force that map 5 for the Wolves, but it's going to be difficult because Fnatic, we saw in those first 2 maps, Mimi, just how decisive they were time and time again. Wolves are going to need to dig deep, just like what we saw them do on Lotus.
They will, but they already showed they can by going down 0-2 in this series, winning a map that was heavily favored for their opponents. Now they go into an Ascent that they are good at, that they feel comfortable on. Their key players, Spring and Juicy, are stepping up in performance. If they can just keep that energy, they have a real shot of bringing the series back.
I couldn't agree more. All right, well, we're getting ready for this agent select here in a moment, and then we'll dive into that. but I kind of want to get a vibe for the crowd, see how you guys feel. You guys want to see Wolves force a map 5? Or do you guys want to see Fnatic close it out here and now?
I'm not sure. I think you should do it again.
I think we should do it again.
Yeah,
do you want to see Wolves force a map 5? Or do you want Fnatic to end it here and now? You love to see it, Mimi. This crowd is electric. They're ready for this one. But gotta wonder, is it going to be a little bit too much for the Wolves to have to deal with here as we get ready for Agent Select?
If they've done one thing well this tournament, it's funneling the energy of the crowd
Oh, they
into
like that.
success. Sufat, baby, is great at that. Here's your comps. It's the same thing for Wolves that we were talking about, Bea. They're locking in that deadlock. Fnatic locking in that chamber. Both double sentinel looks, but two comps that end up playing pretty differently.
You have to love that we're in 2025 and we're getting this compositions on Ascent. This is no boring no more, not same old, different perspectives, different approaches coming in from the teams. But we have to, and as we have done throughout the day, be looking at those duelists. Kayak needs to go back on that form. Juicy, especially from the attack, relies a lot on the rest of his teammates. But I do feel that this squad from Wolves, these 5 agents, to me, is a lot of comfort in them.
It absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, I have to look at Alphayer. He has arguably been the best player for Fnatic in this tournament. And there is no doubt that the best agent he has played this tournament has been the maps where he is chamber on Ascent. That was a new comp that they brought for Masters Toronto, and it has been so successful. He's been so individually talented on that role. He's the guy who could close this out for Fnatic.
Yeah, very well so, right? We saw and we heard from him the other day. He said, if I'm shooting, then I'm winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Chamber is the kind of agent that allows him to go absolutely insane. Do not forget that ace that we saw from him just in the previous map. Despite Fnatic losing, that is not going to tear Alpha down.
All right, Toronto, let's see if we get ourselves a map 5 and send this back over to your casters. And I'm going to say it right this time. It's handsy.
You nailed it. Absolutely spot on, but a belting map here, right? The absolute kingdom of Alpha the Wonder Kid. On that chamber, he's looked mental. I mean, off the charts, something different. But we've seen it a couple times now. We've gotten a bit more used to it. But we're not the ones in the server, Mike. It's on the Wolves. Can they handle this version of Fnatic?
Absolutely got themselves a taste for blood, toppling Fnatic home territory on Lotus. Now, can they follow through? And Fnatic, always a team that leaves you with your heart in your throat almost. Wolves, can they capitalize on that? Pounce on this opportunity to take us even further in this series. All starts here now to build upon that success they've found already.
Yeah, Wolves going to begin things on that attacking side. Of course, they're meaning Fnatic on the defense. The early exchange limited from both sides. Slow stuff from Wolves. Going to be trying to get a bit of a read on what Fnatic might be up to.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, is in terms of no real counter to a chamber, right? It's unorthodox in terms of the positioning and timings of some of these peaks. So expect Wolves to be very cautious here on the attack.
Well, you've got to be, right? It's still getting to grips with this composition, what they want to do. Hard to find comfort. And the presence Cat is at least going to trigger the wall, but the pressure and the final destination looks like that B site, but there's bodies here, Mike.
Paranoia slows him down on the way in, but a response found here. Lysor going to isolate Chronicle. He will fall.
Oh, forcing him forward. They're going to try and flood early. Fnatic forced to fight and they win out to an extent. But back in the mix, Wolves try and find stability down that Cat side. But Kayak slipped through. Are they even aware of the possibility? Caution being displayed. Kayak, that new gun, that young blood, switch aside. Is Alpha now in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. Might be a little techie with this. Not going to happen. Wolves, big start.
Again, something touched on by the desk. Look for Lysor to be the factor to really But the pressure on Fnatic in terms of their approach to the retakes, in terms of shutting down on those points of entry. This utility is so key to Wolves' success. I guess on the flip side of that, looking towards Fnatic, maybe finding clean engagements. Oh, that was paused in real time, but the screen was still moving.
Oh, a little bit of mid-pressure here. Hold on, Fnatic might be going walkabouts. And it's free food for Wolves, it looks like. It's Alpha who's the one who's deadly, really, in this scenario. Maybe Cron too. Does have that Sheriff. Ooh, why you? He's happy with that, though, still alive.
Alpha's pursuing further.
Damn.
I think maybe reading that this rotation has come through and for Crashies and Chronicle to maybe try and complement that.
Oh, they're being herded, man. Alpha. Oh my God.
Oh, he didn't get a connection on the second.
I thought that second
the
looked
tag,
sharp,
yeah, but no headshot.
No, and now they got issues, right? Oh, that's a far fight to be had against every weapon that outdoes his classic at this point. But they're so unwilling to go towards B. You can imagine why, right? You can imagine there's going to be a stack here. You can imagine there's going to be presence here, and there is. YU does very well to thread the needle straight up middle. Did they dare try and pivot through? It's a risky move. It's a messy bit of Val. But they've actually managed to navigate away from most of the threats. Until now, Cron couldn't land it. They're trying to get that spike away, get it to safety, Sherpa it over towards that A site.
Alpha tagged up, down to 30 HP, but has got himself a Guardian now.
Oh,
retrieved all the way from spawn.
Oh no. Why does this feel like the death of them? 13 seconds, but he passed up towards Tree instead. Whoa!
Now comes out with a TP as well. Big ring for him to play in.
What's that post plant looking like? Okay, pretty standard, right? Stat down to hell, that's it. They're much beyond that, slow and steady. They walk up. Oh my good God, Alpha. Every step feels deadly. And this is a bit of a problem here. Can't be denied. A little bit of room to stack up on, though. And now it feels so likely they're down here. Alpha falls even just Cron, and he ain't got it in him. Oh, that got so sketchy for just that headhunter.
Ever a threat. But YU, a 3K from him to find success here in the second round. Fnatic tried to draw blood. Able to maintain control of this round.
One enemy remaining.
Will weaken the purchase here for sure for Wolves.
Let's go, Juicy, Izzo! Juicy!
Going to be 2 rifles on the table here for them. One being a Guardian in the hands of Juicy. Fnatic fully flush in terms of their purchase. Oh, flash out, actually. The recon does catch. Juicy will fall. YU to follow. Alpha. A chance at the third, but just can't find it.
Mechanically, always a treat. They slow the roll a little now. Wolves maybe looking to try and avoid Alpha. Maybe not a bad shout.
Spring and Fat BB will try and take control here of A main, deal with some of the utility on the way in. Paranoia in response here. Actually a ping here on recon, but no conversion. Kayak force back 7 HP now. The Aldron comes up. Alpha has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they're being slippy about this, but Boaster commits to it. Goes down for it too. Gives over the upgrade, but a 2v4 now is difficult. And Alpha looking like he's in control here.
30
Very
seconds
difficult
left.
position for Fat BB. Position on main unaccounted for, really. Yeah, the checkmate in the end. Crashy, security to be had.
Tough to really pin down another member of Fnatic there. Hunter's Fury available here though in round 4. Some early progress from Fat BB. Yeah, Alpha, perfect timing on the ping here. Boaster slipping into a position on help. This is even harder for Wolves.
Bring me the hunger, bring me the passion.
Boaster desperately trying to rally the troops here on Ascent. Alpha already on that tour de force, so will try and take control of mid here.
You're not going to, are you? How close do you sit on this? That temptation.
Enemy mark.
The confidence, and it is quelled. Lysor off the rip. Takes away the big man himself, opening up the map to possibilities now.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities. Why are you actually slipping into a very deep position here as the rest of Wolves head towards short? Potentially an ace split on the cards. Yes, Kayak will have his hands full, finds the first, gets the second as well. That's the spike down in main.
Such control, and crashes in that counter swing on the other side, still taken down. 3v2, but that spike, Mike, is the biggest problem in Kayak. Looking like a killer right now, yeah. Ooh,
that's on a slow peak here, yeah.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Why you? What are you meant to do? The obstacle course just to get the spike in your hands. It was near on impossible.
Yeah, 30 seconds, yeah, plenty of time, sure, but there's just so many question marks here. Chronicle shut down any hope. Think about the youngster needing a couple of confidence builders. Just what you need for Kayak to get back online in this series.
Scary though, isn't it? It's like cool, they've taken down Alpha and then suddenly Kayak's got you this in a second. It was almost pre-fire on that swing. Like,
yeah.
See if BB, what are you meant to do?
30 seconds left.
Oh. Scary.
Tied up here, Wolves reset. A couple of sheriffs to throw in here. Ultimate, sure, but not necessarily an opportunity to invest these off-rip. Maybe variables to look towards, depending on how this progresses. But yeah, up here quick, Lauren.
Yeah, Alpha going to take first contact. Plays in Kayak, who gets it. Look at this. Systematic. Every step the Wolves wanted to take was covered. Oh God, Alpha's hungry too. Anti-ing a little more, but might have to spread the wealth here a bit. They're looking vulnerable, and Alpha's looking confident. Yeah, that's why it looked too easy almost there, Mike. Every layer considered.
Fnatic will take the lead here.
I demand what I'm owed.
Alpha sit at 7 and 4. Chance here to potentially find a response. They're going to have some stranglehold set up here on the anti-eco from Fnatic. No real opportunity. I said Wolves were happy to kind of just walk up and
nice, boys. Come on, boy.
almost bear the brunt of any setup in mid.
Both are getting a bit more vocal as well.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of been very composed until this point. Those first two maps looked like, okay, business as usual. We've been here, no worries.
Potentially indicative of, you know, maybe reading the room in terms of that loss on the previous map. And again, I don't think Fnatic are ever a team that walk in and go, yeah, we're going to 3-0 this series. But for sure, he's the leader that could potentially be already back on the same hymn sheet. I was just saying here, again, these ultimates are a little awkward to kind of set things up, but certainly late round pieces here as Fnatic, I mean, look, in just a moment at the cushion they've already got behind them.
Yeah, 7K on Boaster.
Boaster down at 7,300, Chronicle at 6,900, everybody else sitting above 3,500 basically.
But a competitive start to things, as long as Fnatic don't start taking these rounds completely away, right? It's still early days at 3-2. Cross map. Now let's see what the answer is. You can already see that Alpha wants to be involved in this.
He's already got the upgrade here, passed across from Boaster.
On the corner.
It's going forwards.
Oh, respecting the util enough to back away though. Just on that deeper line, not by much. There's 3 players here.
Wolves just want to potentially set a little bit of utility up here in B main. So implying that, yeah, as the pings would confirm, a split to try and get behind Alpha. No confirmation just yet. See if FatBB looking for something with the drone. Won't find anything, but we'll isolate the trip here in Pizza.
Still nervous for them trying to get past Alpha. forced off. Nice, really good start there.
Big damage, actually. Alpha down to 43.
That's huge, and they want to speed up on this, and rightly so, but Chronicle then plays it ahead. The wall in play, and now they're scattered and down to 3. You heard Crashies then invest the ult from the back lines.
Connects onto YU.
Plenty of problems now. Being stalled out somewhat on the cross towards the site. Looking for that reveal, not going to get it, but actually there it is. Oh, Chronicle! Just safe as houses on the site. Fnatic are not going to make this easy. Wolves have to dig deeper than that.
Almost a split decision there that Recon sent up and 2 bail out, 1 left stand his ground. It was Lysor. Connection from Crashies here, absolutely crucial. Just to isolate a player, but also confirm the kill. Chronicle crispy on the cleanup. Wolves right back in the firing line now. A stinger, 2 sheriffs. Some of those ultimates already relinquished.
There they are. Yeah, you're going to start seeing Wolves really put through their paces here. This is the reinvented Fnatic, right? A new look, but a great shot. Oh! Come on then, more of that, and then we're game on. Okay, Alpha. Someone else was having too much fun, were they? It's the Alpha show, apparently. But Spring given a bit of room here. Does he find Boaster? It looks like he might do. And he gap closes. Brilliant from Spring. With the support system in place, it feels like you can't get away from Chronicle. And actually, it is just Alpha now. They've made something out of this. Oh, what a shot! 2 more. He's on for it. Oh my God, they almost lined up. No way, Alpha! So many weapons. He's just going through the gun game, and he just wants to get out of there, Juicy. What do you do now? Tries to reset the tempo. 1 bullet to put to the body. 1 player to find. He's trying to do it right. Alpha needs to steady the nerves. Land the shot, a miss. And now he knows the upper hand goes to Juicy here. Just on that Sheriff. Trying to toy with him. Juicy again does it well. Calm and collected. Wolves not out of it yet.
MasterCard thrifty conversion here from Wolves. And Alpha made to look human in that 1v1. I mean, you can see in just a moment this turns. Alpha, a shake of the head.
Last player standing.
He had so many weapons at his disposal. Yeah, Juicy. Cool, calm, collected.
That was the 2nd kill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those where you're like, cool.
Just to remind you, yeah.
And that's why you saw CFAT BB being up there, giving him, you know, that encouragement, wanting him to do well. It's only going to help matters. But for Wolves, it was a hard-fought 4 round. They were only on pistols, Mike. It wasn't much to really work with.
Yeah, what was it? 1 stinger to bring into that?
Yeah, something like that.
2 sheriffs alongside it. This could tip the scales back in their favor. Alpha back on an operator, though. Shut down here, Juicy. Making Fnatic's own operator work against them.
That's a confidence builder as well for Juicy. As said, quiet until that last round. Now starting to feel a bit more momentum. Slow build towards A creeping in. But they heard the rattle of the Opta. They continue pathing towards that site.
Why are you looking for something in mid? We'll catch a glimpse of Crashies. Keep him in check for the time being. Boaster just throwing out the paranoid to try and slow things down.
He's got an angle, and he's quick with it. Needs to get a 2nd here. Support on the way, but he falls. Boaster next on the chopping block. Overwhelmed, but still delivering. Great shot towards Spring. Not standing alone, but backs away.
30 seconds on this recon, so retake timing going to be really awkward. And yeah, I think the awareness there from Fnatic that potentially a trap laying in wait from Lysor's utility. The ultimate coming through from Kayak could open things up for Fnatic.
Here. Seems like they're almost trying to ignore it. Don't know if it's going to know the player off-site. It does. Absolutely does. Oh, no! The falls foul to the utility in the end. That's devastating. You can see Wolves scrambling now. Kayak giving them a way back in for Fnatic. Boaster removing 1. Lysor, 7 bullets. No way. Boaster's there. Big plays from the main man. And a little bit of a fumble in the end as it felt like Kayak was very vulnerable, but survived.
Almost friendly fire.
Yeah.
Will cause YU's downfall. A crazy turn of events on short towards Tree. Beautiful from Boaster though.
Oh, that's got to be gutting.
Clean up, precise. And unfortunately, Wolves back to square one in terms of the finances.
That string of rounds, Mike, it's staring at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that blip in the 7th, brilliant. It was exciting.
They've not really chipped away at the finances is the issue. We talked about early on that cushion being there.
Oh, and Kayak spotted this. That's the alarm bells ringing, but it's Boaster left alone.
Let's have the paranoia. So again, you've seen him throw it out time and time again to try and slow things down. Able to TP away this time around, up towards heaven. Safety in numbers here for Fnatic, but Wolves swarm the site.
These post plants, they've been still struggling to hold, right? It's not easy. And the flood coming back through Tree, it looks like. Look at the players getting ready. 3 of them there, now 4. And that ult is an issue for Wolves. Down on the pistols, down on the secondaries. Kayak kicks down the door, takes away Spring. Boaster, outrageous! Just goes for it to turn all the eyes towards him. But 3 still standing, they're still holding on. YU tries it, Juicy now. Last one alive, falls to his knees. Fnatic looking solid in these retakes.
Cleaned up once more. 3 left standing. Again, the finances swelling further. 6-3 the scoreline. Now we into round 10. Wolves. Not to sound like a broken record, but the recovery factor tested once more. Try and find something in the home stretch.
Dude!
Frustration on the face of Fade.
I mean, it is difficult. The amount of times they're maybe getting the first pick, they're getting towards site, they're pressuring, but then we get towards those back lines and those retakes, and that's just where it falls a bit short.
Yeah.
So now, buyback in play. What's the plan? Isol's got ult, Spring's got his, one away from CFAT BB. YU a little further off and Juicy a little ways away as well, but trying to work the map here, but mid is still a problem. Still gonna have Alpha here.
Yeah, ever the threat. Operator in hand once more. Drone, does it catch him inside the smoke? Dealt with as well by Crashies, so...
Has Crashies got a dart yet? No. Blair, wait, which one to take him to the corner? I don't think they fancy that one, actually. Well, they have managed to slip up cap, but I guess at the trade-off of A main as well, that they don't have that security there, Mike.
Yeah, Boaster. And sent out, actually Kayak finds the backside of that. Juicy will fall, but Spring isolates Alpha yet. Potential to carve a path towards B.
I mean, there's still hope in this round, but the rotations are coming through. And fast, Kron gets captured. Taken away, YU falls in the meantime, though. What? They fall like a house of cards.
Boaster, another 3K from him to shut down round 10 in quick succession as well.
Show me that replay. Was he up on top of the side? This was just Kayak playing from main, but this was 30 seconds left. On the site, and now where's Boaster here? Yeah, up on top. Oh, completely unawares.
Oh, fantastic work from the leader of Fnatic. Now a full Shiko from Wolves. You heard it, the tour de force in hand for Alpha Year as well. Just a Hunter's Fury to try and swing things back in Wolves' favour.
Oh God. Out of everyone to try and come towards him. Oh! He is quick as lightning! Dips back in after the first. This is his map. There's not much to be said about it, why you can fight the good fight, but Alpha is not missing. Now Spring in a 1v4. It feels like they got given just that drop of hope to only have it taken away. Fnatic fully in control, Mike.
Last round before the switch.
We'll get the purchase back, but Again, short of Juicy finding an ult orb here ahead of dying. That whole cycle just hasn't improved. To turn the flash, the readjustment, just phenomenal from Alpha.
Take flight. Enemy down.
Yeah, the
That's
panic,
a horrible
the
feeling.
panic from Super. He's charging me down.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. See you next round.
Listening.
And sadly, it feels like Wolves have hit that brick wall. And they won't be the first to feel it, but let's also look at the purchase right now. Have you noticed something? There's a firing squad. I've heard about these days, many, many days ago, about Fnatic.
Folklore.
3 operators out and about, and one of them is taking a walk. A miss, and actually a bad miss from Alpha. Maybe a step too far.
Time to jump. I know exactly where.
Gives the neural theft across as well, so going to give a ton of information to Wolves. Maybe a little complacent here in round 12.
Oh, the Boaster, look, it may shock you if you don't see it often, but he is damn good with that operator, but switching it out for the rifle now. Look at the lurk, though. YU is eventually on the way. If they can stall out enough time, he could be the checkmate to this.
And now actually the Hunter's Fury from CUFAT BB, a perfect late round piece here. Fnatic have to pick up the pace.
Got to get moving. They're on the flank, slowly creeping closer. He has to play this right. And he strikes on the first. Not going to mince his words here. Spring leans out from main, and complacency, a key word here, Mike, that you said about this. Maybe a small mistake. And that's all it takes for 4 rounds to be gathered by Wolves.
And almost a bailout given to Wolves here to find a fourth. Something to stop the momentum potentially from boiling over into the second half, Lauren.
Yeah, it's a window of chance. It is so slim though, right? You are on the ropes in this one. A miss from Alpha, a weird purchase. But if you're Wolves, you'll take that. A gift given. And a chance made for them now. But only 4, it's a long way back. And of course we have a treat for you guys playing along at home. We're going to hand it over to the one and only Vansili, who's been doing wonderful work with NRG Scuba and Marder.
Vansili here back on the floor. I'm joined now by Mada and by Scuba. Mada over here and Scuba of Team Energy. Toronto, give it up here for Energy. Mada, I know that in different circumstances, you'd have been on this stage playing with Energy, but at least you're here in Masters Toronto. What's it like being here today?
I mean, it's amazing. I love the city. I love the crowd. You guys are fantastic. Like, the energy's crazy in here. I love it.
Homegrown Toronto, give it up to Mada. Scuba, you are also the latest addition now to Energy. You have a chance to prove yourself during split 2 of the VCTs in Americas. Watching this from the sidelines, how eager are you to step on the stage?
I'm so excited, man. I've been waiting so long for a chance to play at an event like this, and it's honestly a dream come true.
Awesome, and now let's talk about this game. We have now Fnatic versus Wolves, a crazy comp that Fnatic is coming out so far in this tournament, this double Sentinel. What's it like? And Mada, you told me you scrimmed against this composition too, and as a duelist, how do you deal with this double Senti comp?
Well, I mean, from Wolves' perspective, it's definitely hard because they only have Sova, and I think Alfier and Kayak are doing a great job of being like really annoying in mid and kind of making it really hard to clear out these like spots. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to peek Kayak, it's hard to peek Alfier, so you gotta be on point against this team. I think Wolves actually doing good though. Wolves did a good job.
Awesome, and then for you, Scuba, just what are your predictions going into this series? Because you know Wolves finally are starting to make a comeback in this series. They're still down a map. Do you think this is going to a map 5?
I think we all want to see a map 5, no?
Do we all want to see a map 5 in Toronto? Indeed we do. Let's toss it back here to the game.
It takes a certain capability to push Fnatic to their limits. This half is where we find out if Wolves are within that cut. At 8-4, there's a chance, Mike. The Coinbase Econ report kind of tells you what's been happening. Kron, Alpha, I mean, it's the entirety of the squad doing well. But the question mark becomes, is there still gas in the tank for Wolves, Mike?
I mean, how much can you just keep asking of Wolves?
I know.
Like I said, don't want to sound like a broken record, but up against the ropes now, everything to play for. and almost nothing to lose in terms of stepping onto this stage in Toronto. They've given their heart, their all. But one half away now from potentially closing the door on that dream, or a chance to redeem themselves and push the sunset.
I know a lot of us would want it.
I do.
Yeah, same. Look, there's not often that we kind of root for a side, but we want the best between these two. One trade out, but Lysor wants more. Hungry to chase it down, but Alpha has been devastating. Still does good damage, but backs away. Lysor, oh! Banging
Spike
shot!
down mid.
Anything you can do, I can do better. But there's still bodies behind this. Crashies is curious, and that shot dart lethal. Down to a 2v2 now. Spike's still loose. Not committed either side.
Boaster yet to rear his head. Chance to upgrade here. 2 smokes available for them. Wolves, almost a split focus here.
I have the spike.
Utility set up towards B. Fnatic slowly drifting that way.
I guess it's when we check Cam real quick. That's when. Real
30
quick.
seconds left.
Doesn't need to play too close. They can play together on the retake potentially.
Got to be careful with these sight lines though.
I am a bit worried he's drifting there like that.
Now they know about the camera.
And the camera knows about them. There it is.
Camera taken out.
Easy, easy.
Well, hang on.
Wait, he's playing it on his own. There was no support there for a second. Now, luckily for him, Boaster didn't fight back. He barely gets to breathe his way away from this on 2 HP. But Crashies, the new addition.
Still got 1 shock dart, but again, that recon going to be another 20 seconds or so away. Boaster sets up. A little disconnected here.
He had to run. He had to get out of dodge. See if that BB gonna post that down the Crashies. Lives. And now time becoming a factor. Boaster's position gonna make it difficult. Smoke comes in, allows Crashies. Oh my god, he's down so low. And now the tap for the spike.
Got a
Great
recon
shot.
back.
And now it's surely the slam dunk. Cards all collected. The vintage duo knows how to play this one.
The push and pull in full effect here. Crashies, probably the one dictating exactly what's happening here in the post plant. And closed out confidently. A 9th on the board for Fnatic.
Let's go, baby! You and me, baby! You and me! Once again, let's...
And that dynamic duo that's shone so many times so far this year. Could put Fnatic in the driver's seat here.
Yinzu in pieces, obviously. Classics now. All that Wolves have to try and deny double digits. As Fnatic heard it from them. They've been eyeing up those finals. They wanted this. Taking risks, rebuilding. The stack. Oh, damn, I didn't even see it. Right, gonna be on red alert though. Again, hell, they can turn flashes like they're nothing. And it's just free farm, baby. It's all too easy to make it to 10.
The slow field just trapping Wolves, unable to sink their teeth into this setup. Double digits acquired here. And almost a throwaway round from Wolves, just looking for maybe a kill or something to try and set themselves in motion, but it doesn't come through. Rifles in hand now, see Fat BB rolling back the years and Odin purchased. See, Boaster just going to bring a stinger in here, so protecting that future purchase. Dart deals with the trip. Nice and early here. That's it, flash through. Unfortunately, that's the issue. Try and pin down Alpha. If he gets flash, feels the heat a little bit.
Retrieving flash.
Get out so quickly.
Util just being worked down fast as well, right? Cam gone, Trip gone. This is all above a minute. They're doing well in this. Juicy's timing. Oh man, that's rough. He's gonna go and commit towards that CT side, or at least he had a glance that way, but
Teleport's ready.
mid's already taken. Fnatic have posted up here. If he goes back,
Oh!
How are you winning that? How are you the one to win that kayak? Just going to have his bell rung at that point. As Alpha fancies a go, and well, yeah, Alpha seems to win these. So, now the pressure on the B site. YU and CFAT BB going to be forced to try and play out back to the wall. Valorant here. You can see the players trying to build up towards it. Crashes has a go, falls a little short. CFAT BB still trying to be prepared. Delivers bullets into the body of Kron. And now more. Alpha still standing, and so's Boaster. A 2v2 and a plant on the cards. The deadly duo still holding. Alpha has been the man to watch here. 2 already in the round, 20 in round 15. Does anyone dare show Boaster? You absolute madman! Oh. Almost caught him there on the way back through. But Spring, oh, what? How did he get Alpha there?
Spring lines up. Takes both Boaster and Alpha down. Lysor escaping death there. I mean, Boaster also, to a degree.
Bad exchange.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully done. It's why you really to, I guess, posture up enough to protect CFAT BB as the second layer. Yeah, interesting. Maybe feeling as if Boaster was almost dead to rights in that situation and had to make a move. Spring unfaltered. Issue being, win the round, but
let's play.
Alpha's got the tour de force.
Oh, I like this confidence though from Juicy. Why not make a play? Try and make something happen, but that felt like it was a bit short-sighted almost. I'd love to see some support around that.
Alpha not necessarily a threat just yet, tucked behind the smoke. Don't expect YU with this setup to be swinging out, but speaking of swinging, Kayak, there's 1-for-1 here. Deep control now on the back of Lysor's utility.
And I like that Lysor's working behind this too. Like actually pushing out deeper towards A main. That's
it's that
huge
leapfrog
space.
effect and
yeah,
kind of just closes doors for Fnatic and puts Wolves in a position to rotate effectively, but
I was going to say, like, surely if you're YU, you're feeling very, very strained in this. You were on an island. We saw that CFAT BB was over towards kind of like tree sort of side, but as it stands, Fnatic are heading back towards A.
They are indeed. Still some util to navigate past. So we'll catch here, but Lysor could line it up here.
Oh dear, but Kron was deeper, and Boaster's been saved. So now the site's wide open and the plant's next on the cards.
Let's just see CFAT BB and YU now find themselves in a 2v4, awkward weaponry. Plenty util, yes, but I find almost a freebie to tee this up.
Revealing area.
Dart's going to go in. No connection, no. And Boaster actually the one to find the wall bang.
Oh, hello there. 11, Mike, it's getting closer now. Wolves, it feels like they've hit that brick wall in my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that they don't know what else to do in this regard. They've been a great side, but it feels like they've just started to run out of steam now.
For sure, I think you talk about the pedigree and they have to overcome in the form of Fnatic here. In a best of 5, no less, we're talking about, you know, Wolves coming here, stealing hearts, stealing dreams from other teams.
Yes.
Big names.
Yep. I mean, they're the real deal, right? There was a lot of those kind of checkpoints that you go through. You're like, oh, an upset run, how fun. But maybe you can chalk it up to a couple of weird results or people underestimating them. I don't think you can anymore. The way these guys have played has been spectacular.
Sure, I mean, I even said it in the loss. Come away from that series with your head held high.
Yep.
I think that, again, it's a grounding feeling now to be even discussing that, but 11-5 scoreline here on Ascent already, trailing by a map in a best of 5.
Yeah.
That reality looming in the background. Here, you're almost looking at conceding 12.
then it is do or die. Then you got ults coming through for Fnatic. I mean, the compounding problems are there. There's 2 Sheriffs. And look, at the start of this tournament, not many would have backed Wolves. Many underestimating them, not seeing what maybe some could. But we've started to believe a bit more. And maybe there's still something there to be had. As it stands, Fnatic, hell, they guess right.
Yeah. Wide open B site here. Why are you now, I guess, privy to the fact there could be presence here? Again, he's just locked out of this. There's no chance to find a kill ahead of this plant going down. And yes, it will be a full 5v5 in the post, but 4 Sheriffs in a Classic. This would take a massive fumble from Fnatic to even give them a chance to find a way back in.
Well, there's the first bit of signs of life shown. Plenty of util still to burn through for Fnatic. Not feeling too much of the strain yet. Honestly, Boaster, relax. Let him have a moment, even have a chance. There we go. See if BB can at least land 1, but it feels like a consolation here. Fnatic looking to try and finish this with a flourish. Oh my god, Lovely, but Lovely isn't going to cut it anymore. 3 players, and that ain't going to work. It's 12 now. Fnatic, 1 round away from a grand finals. And for Wolves, 1 round away from going home.
So many chances here for Fnatic to draw this out, eventually find just 1 more round. Hunter's Fury here, Neural Theft available for Wolves, but you look to the other side of the scoreboard. You see Alpha sat at 22 and 11 and another operator in hand. Fnatic feeling like they're on the home stretch here.
Could be the final round, couldn't it? Couple of ults in play though for Wolves, could maybe tilt the scales, and on the other side, Crashies has his, Kayak has his, and well, Boaster too. So how do they decide to approach this round?
Run the trip here with the drone over the top. Difficult to deal. Oh. Yeah, step aside.
I got you.
Let me deal with that one for you.
Okay. But Alpha's been given freedom, which scares me. Go have a play in middle, mate. Do what you want. They're going A. There's 2 players to try and deny them. Lysor is here. So is Spring. About 45 seconds. It's been quiet across the map. No early attempts made by Wolves. And fair play. You're up against it now.
How do you address this?
They're at the door.
Gonna try and open this round wide open. Speaking of wide open, the site, not an awful lot of presence here. Hunter's Fury to follow up. It finds the first, it's gonna connect. Lysor will fall.
There's an answer back though. CFAT BB posts it right back towards Alpha. Spike now cautiously stepping in with 18 seconds. Spring's still here.
He's still
here. They don't know about Spring. Now they do. The trap gets sprung, but still, it's a 3v3, and it's now at 8 seconds. They need that plant. The temptation to try and deny was there, but no one able to capitalize. Juicy, YU, and CFAT BB, the ones to try and mount this comeback to take this site back. And Boaster, the closest near. Rashi's gonna shoulder.
Got a recon here, and Chronicle is a late round piece, Lauren.
Plenty to play with. Wolves gonna have to try and do their best, but Boaster takes away Juicy. Kron as well, it's all down to 1. CFAT BB, the ones who made people believe in Wolves, now has to face the final 2 of Fnatic. But that time is ticking. I think we know it. We do. And Fnatic, they've been here before. And they're back there again. A grand finals now awaits.
A hiccup along the way, sure, but you don't get many chances to come at a team like Fnatic. But Wolves, man, what a run. Heartbreaking to see it end, but like I said, they've come here to Toronto and against all odds, delivered a performance to be proud of.
And a performance to be remembered. A lot of people out there would have looked at their region and said, well, we know one team, well, now you know two. Now you're going to know more. Every time we see these guys step to the stage, fans were just loving what they were bringing. Sufat Bibi, I mean, the guy is a superstar in the making for me. Controlling the crowd, the personality, everything there.
Put themselves on the map for sure. And like I said, there's no shame in falling like that.
No.
To a titan like Fnatic.
There they are. The dancers are back. Maybe that's why they're back in finals. I don't know. Yeah, just thinking about that finals now, Mike.
Like I said earlier,
God,
get the GOAT to Sunday.
All right, King Kayak. King Kayak, is that what we're going for? All right, we're on board.
Good recovery as well from him. We're talking about obviously a youngster coming in here.
Yeah.
Getting him online, have him really standing on his own 2 feet in terms of his performance, certainly in the first 2 maps. Again, not necessarily a concern to see the rest of the series, but maybe Lotus just catching Fnatic off guard.
Yeah.
And again, in that regard, all credit to Wolves.
There he is. And we will head down to the Horizon post-match interview once everyone's had a second, just, you know, get amongst the fans, feel out the atmosphere, because again, today, I was thoroughly impressed with Fnatic. They looked like they were able to step up here, right? They can step up to the occasion, Mike. I've been thoroughly impressed, but we'll be handing it down to Yinzu to have a chat with the boys down by the stage.
It's been a while, but Fnatic are back in another grand final, and so is this man, by the way, Crashies. Crashies 2022 was the glory days, I think, for you. You made many, many finals back then. What does this one mean to you?
It's really special for me because we're in NA, so it means a lot for me. And to, like I said, do it with my brothers on this team, it means a lot, so I'm happy.
I'm glad you mentioned NA because, you know, you kicked out the NA teams, and now a lot of people, I'm not sure if the people here would agree with me in the venue, but you are NA's last hope. They are supporting you for that reason. Are you willing to take that title and to go forth and represent NA?
I think I am. I'm loving the support that you guys are all giving me, and not just me, but my team as well. We hear you guys every time you guys are supporting us, so I love you all. Shout out to all of you.
It's confirmed, guys, NA's last hope. And before I let you get on your next opponent, there's a bit of revenge. Crashies 2023 Tokyo, you were eliminated by Paper X. I see a little smile. How are you feeling about this rematch?
I've never beaten them in my career, so it's definitely personal for me. I know Boaster and Fnatic have a pretty good history of beating them, so I'm going to rely on them, and yeah, it's pretty personal for me.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, Crashies. Thank you for joining me. Now, one other person, by the way, I don't know if you guys know the lore of Coach Milan. Yes, he's very tall, 2 meters to be exact. But Coach Milan, you've been in a grand final before, 2021, as the analyst of Ascend at Champs, ended up winning. But this has got to be extra special to make it as head coach with your boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's my first international event as a head coach. We're doing great. I'm super excited for it, honestly.
In EMEA, we saw you get very emotional to qualify for this event in the first place. So talk me through your emotions right now, knowing that tomorrow you'll be playing a grand final.
I mean, it just means a lot to me to see like how hard everybody's working and that all the effort that we're putting into is like paying off. I think that's why I got a little bit emotional. I think it's something that I had to get out of my system. So I don't know, maybe I'll get emotional tomorrow again if it goes well. But I think ultimately all we will do is our best and the results will be the results.
And since you're the coach, I'm gonna ask you a game-related question right now. Best of 5 again tomorrow, but Paper Regs will have the double ban. How is your map pool looking right now? You confident?
I mean, I think we all know what's coming, so I think, yeah, we're prepared. We're prepared for whatever they want to throw at us, and we'll try our best, we'll do our best, and like I said, we are not like results-driven, we're just looking at what we're putting in and not what we're getting out. All
right, super quickly, last minute. I've heard a few of your boys help me hype the crowd. I want to see what you got. Milan, go on, help me hype the crowd one more time.
All right, put your hands up, guys, let's go!
Who would have thought we had so many people who know how to hype up the crowd out here in Toronto?
Your job's in danger, man.
I know, right? The career's going to be cut short pretty soon. All right, folks. Well, of course, congratulations to Fnatic as they will be moving on in the competition to our grand finals to face off against PaperX. But for now, we do have to say goodbye to the Cinderella story that everyone fell in love with. Josh, the Wolves really captured the minds of the hearts of everyone here in Masters Toronto.
They did. You could tell the people in the crowd were rooting for them, but today they just couldn't quite get it over the line. This is a team that's got so much experience just from this run. They did something that nobody was expecting. They came out and performed better than they had domestically, made it all the way to a top 3 finish, and I think they'll be looking forward towards champs and hoping to build on this. They've set themselves such great groundwork, and I think probably learned a huge amount here. That experience difference, though, was palpable today.
Yeah, well, we go from some Wolves to the GOAT, the man himself. Chronicles here with us on the desk. Chronicle, congratulations on another Grand Finals appearance, my friend. How was that game for you, man? Because there were some ups, there were some downs, but it definitely felt like they were putting you guys to the task in a few of those rounds.
I think excluding map 3, we actually did pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, we performed up to our level, up to our standards, as I believe. Obviously, map 3 was hard, it was tough. And maybe we just got into our heads as well that because it's like 2-0 right now, we need to win now, and like we're gonna do great. And obviously, you start thinking about like, oh my God, I need to win, I can't lose right now. Or I will give
not
them
like
combat.
this, not like
Not
this.
like this. And I mean, obviously, after the map 3, we talked a little bit. We decided to like that we don't care about it. We need to bring the energy up because that's where we were lacking, like for the whole map.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, we did great on map 4.
Yeah. You've never done a lower bracket run before with Fnatic. Fnatic, when they've got to these kind of positions, have always kind of gone through the top. You've been the best team at the tournament easily in like lock-in and then at Tokyo too. So is there something different about being at risk of elimination the whole time? Because you dropped down instantly with that loss to Gen G.
I mean, it's good that you brought it about lock-in. I mean, it's kind of the same, no? Like, you have only one chance.
Yep.
If you lose the tournament, that's it. So I think it's not much different compared to lock-in. Obviously, we don't have any more chances left, and also, obviously, we are now in Grand Final. That's literally the only last chance to get the trophy, or like play at least well, like where you could be proud of. But, I mean, we don't care.
Yeah.
We just go through.
And look, it seems like you got the young king there, Kayak, who you guys have been really stewarding through this, and he has been clutching up and creating some incredible moments for you guys. Tell us, your experience with Kayak and working with him and now getting up to this point with this young guy.
One of the chillest guys I ever had in my team.
That's
awesome.
awesome.
And actually, it's pretty impressive because you can trust him. Even in the most stressful moments, he can put up good numbers. It's super good trait especially for a duelist. He's super confident in himself. I know he can do it. And obviously, because we are with him in the team, we are all like great as a team.
Yeah.
We know we can do it together.
Nice. It makes sense that he would be incredibly hungry. It's his first ever global appearance, right? But for you, you've been in these spots so many times. You are the winningest player in Valorant, and you've got a chance at winning a 4th trophy. My question to you, and I suppose for some of the other really experienced players, is how do you keep that hunger? I know that Boaster, for example, has said, like, I just always want, like, one more. What's the mentality to keeping that fierce desire for victory?
I think it's just my will to just play the game at least. Like, I don't care about winning trophies. It's just like a small reward for doing great in the game. But right now, it's just like, for me, like, I want to get as maximum experience as possible. If it means that, like, I need to play all the matches on stage, if it means that, like, sometimes I have to go through, like, maybe some hard points of my career, maybe, like, or maybe hard points of our tournaments as well, because obviously we dropped a lower bracket.
Yeah.
It happens. And obviously, it feels great, like...
So you would say it's more about the journey rather than the destination?
Yes, I mean, it's just all about journey. Like, I'm just going through the matches, getting experience, having fun in the game, having fun with my teammates, and it's good.
Yeah, what is it playing with these guys? I talked to Alfier about it yesterday. He was very, very keen on mentioning the vibes. The vibes was the big word of the day there. He was saying you guys really keep that positive. And you can tell this does feel different from Fnatic in years prior, where you guys did have a lot of that pressure on your shoulders. And I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked him. Do you feel as if you're, kind of just approaching this with a much more healthier outlook and being a bit, and that positivity, I guess, kind of shining through as a result of that?
I will say yes.
Yeah.
I think it helps us retain our confidence and stability in the team, because we obviously trust each other. We don't think about it as like we need to have all like our individual pop-off days.
Yeah.
We all just play together right now as a team. We don't really rely only on our skill, I would say, and it feels great. And obviously, as Alpha said, it's vibes. And like vibes helps us a lot to actually like keep that stability very well. Like I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the funniest and wibiest teams I ever had in my life. So yeah,
you guys look like you're having a ton of fun out there, and that is something that I know we're all just super stoked to see, because it's going to set up for an incredible grand finals tomorrow. Let's go ahead and show that, because after 12 days of competition, we are now down to our final 2 teams. It's PaperX going up against Fnatic Sideshow. This is like an anime, man. It's all come to life. It's crazy.
I love it, but I also do think, Kron, I think your team are the villains of the story right now, because you're standing in the way of PaperX and that trophy that's always like one step too far away from them. They've been at that hurdle so many times. I think most people are going to want them to win. I think you're going to have to harness that villain energy in order to deny them it again.
To be fair, I saw my fans just right behind me on the stage. I think it's fine. If you have these fans on the stage, it doesn't matter now. They will still cheer for us.
That's awesome.
Great.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, look, so many of the folks who came out to support you guys, cheer you guys on, but you are going to be going up against PaperX, who are playing some of the best Valorant that we have seen from this squad. Any thoughts regarding the team before we send you out?
I think they're good.
Yeah.
For sure they're good.
Of course.
I mean, if they're top 2, they're good. I think they're playing very aggressive and quite unique style. As we all know, obviously with the addition of Padman, they actually brought some pretty interesting strategic performance. I also know Minyu helped them a little bit.
Yeah, he's a little traitor. You got
traitor. But to be fair, I mean, if it means for us that we need to give our best and play at the highest level to win them, to beat them, we'll do that.
You know, I didn't even think about Mini. Poor thing.
I know.
He's gonna. What jersey is he gonna wear tomorrow? What is he gonna do?
No, he's a full-on traitor at this point.
He's a full-on traitor. He's dedicated.
Yep, he's gonna be wearing the PaperX stuff and booing them as well. I mean, someone needs to go and sort him out.
Hey, Chronicle, I just want to say, man, congratulations. So deserved. You're the GOAT for a reason, man. Much respect to you. And of course, we're looking forward to seeing you guys take the stage against PaperX tomorrow. But folks, make sure you're there bright and early at noon Eastern, because we got a brand new map reveal and a show match between Team Tarek and Team Toast. And we're going to have a ton of special guests and a few surprises, you know, just sprinkled in there. You might also want to tune in for the opening intro. I'm just going to let you know right now, I may or may not go full professional wrestling on everyone. So, you know, just food for thought.
I like it.
You like it? You know, you down with it?
What?
A little professional wrestling, you know, like...
I'm passing on that. I'm passing.
I'll get you one day. I'm going to get him to a show one day. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Chronicle, thank you so much for joining us up here as well. Congratulations on your victory. But that is going to do it for us here. We'll catch you tomorrow for the grand finals live from Toronto. It's a classic David versus Goliath story. Does David have what it takes to suck out Goliath with a right hook, or will Goliath smash him like a bug here today?
Juicy strikes Boaster wants one back, but he doesn't get it. But then Alpha, he bails him out 3v3. You got to see where they're heading. Nice shot as well. Look at the damage.
Oh,
why
that's he connects.
Come on. There's no escaping Fnatic right now at 10-2. Kayak closing in as well. Shot missed, and an opportunity gained as Crashy's called upon. He can't do it, and Wolves stay alive. And now Alpha feeling unfazed by the presence. A high-low setup. He gets cleared on one, but down to the talisman for Wolves. He can't do it. Chronicle closes the account. It's map 1 done. Wolves still showing they are deadly, Mike. Wall goes up. More the money, worth its weight in gold. But Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2, someone swing him. He's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated, still on the... Oh! It's unthinkable from Kayak! The new kid on the block! Ripping him apart! Still breathing, barely, but he is standing. Oh, get out of here, Kayak! Trying to close the gap, but... Oh, hesitation! Hesitation! Kayak! Are you really going to break their hearts right now? 3, boom! Kayak! The heartbreaker! Devastating Wolves! Map 2 is Fnatic's at 13-4. The Wolves crumble under the pressure. They're running out of time. Juicy dives in, couldn't get it. And now Fnatic making a stand. Oh, it's been cleared up. Wolves scrapping their way back in.
I saw making himself extremely skinny.
Oh dear, well.
Why are you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha. Please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like that. Oh God, please. Somebody stop him. No! Yeah, you're allowed to
Take a bow. Take a bow for that one.
Oh my God, whoa, look at Juicy flying through the air. Plays it forward, still gonna find him. Kai trying to play it back through, does not get what he needs. And now Lysor in the back lines, keeping this one safe. This is perfect, and Wolves back in business. Not done yet. But the rotations are coming through, and fast, taking away YU. Falls in the meantime, though. What? They fall like a house of cards.
Boaster, another 3K from him.
Wolves gonna have to try and do their best, but Boaster takes away Juicy. Kron as well, it's all down to one. CFAT baby, the one who made people believe in Wolves, but that time is ticking. I think we know it. We do. And Fnatic, they've been here before, and they're back there again. A grand finals now awaits.
Demons.